her. Sorry, there's a lot of people to go through.
That's all right. We're going to wait just one more minute, see if Barbara joins us, and then we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you, everybody, for being here this morning. Really appreciated. And Eric, glad to see you by video, Eric Murray.
Yeah, good morning.
And I don't see Molly.
All right. So we'll give them just a minute or two. We're gonna run through some instructions up front, so we'll have some time for them to get on and join us as well. All right, and there we've got Barbara. It's amazing to have a board and staff big enough that we can't see you all on one screen. So with that in mind, good morning, Barbara. I think we will go ahead and get started. I'm not sure, Courtney or April, which of you was going to start with some of our instructions for this morning?
I'll get started and then turn it over to April to add anything. A couple things. This is being recorded and it is also live on YouTube. And I am going to be muting people as we go today to keep things, to keep the feedback going on. I guess I should ask, are there any board members that are just on via phone and not on with the computer? It doesn't look like that.
Courtney, Barbara here.
Yep.
I don't have a lot of juice in my broadband today, so I might have to join by phone. How would I let you know that?
So that is the first instruction I'm going to walk through. So perfect question. So if you have limited broadband, what we recommend is the first thing you do is try turning off your video. Though we do want to see everyone's shining faces, you can turn the video off. The second option is if you go to the bottom of the screen where you can see there's like a black banner and it's got the mute and the stop video. There's an up arrow next to the phone that says mute. If you click on that, you can actually switch to the call in option. That's actually what I'm doing right now. I'm calling in via my phone, but yet using the video and I can see everything through the Zoom meeting. And what we've learned through staff is you get a lot better. It just seems like the broadband is a lot better. There's a lot fewer issues when you're talking. You can hear, you don't freeze, you don't break up. So that's what I would recommend if you do have broadband issues, to switch to the using your phone to call in, but yet still using the computer to participate. And you'll see that's what a lot of staff that are working remotely from their homes are doing today. We've been testing it and it works great. Yep.
Could you describe again? So you go down to the little up arrow right next to your mute button. You select switch to phone audio, and it's going to pop up a phone number, right, Courtney? Okay.
Yep, and I will show you. So yeah, and then you'll dial, you can, and it's all your individual, and Bryn in the chat box has put in the phone number also if you need to do that, but there's a phone number you dial, and then the meeting ID, and you each have your own individual participant ID. And that way, if you do come in, you'll see I still have my name associated with me. Renee is dialing in on her phone. She has her name associated with her because you do have an individual participant ID. And that way it'll mute your computer when you do that and you won't get the feedback. The other pieces of advice is today, if you have technical problems or are just have questions about things that are going on in Zoom, we have two staff monitoring the chat box, Bryn and Gretchen. And so they will be there and can answer your questions if you run into technical challenges during the board meeting. Once we get going and are running through agenda items, we're going to ask for you to raise your hand if you have a question, and then I will jump in and let the co-chairs know who has questions and what order it is, and then they'll call on you. You are all able to unmute yourselves and remute, but if you don't mute yourself after you're done speaking, I will mute you just to keep the feedback reduced. I'm really enjoying the power I have for this board meeting. It'll be gone again soon. And you will, Randy and Liza Jane, you will notice I made you guys co-hosts. Not that you have to do screen sharing today, but it keeps you at the top of the list. And since you are the co-chairs, I can find you easily if you have technical challenges today. So,
Courtney,
April, anything I missed? Yeah.
Courtney, can you walk through where they find how to raise their hands and have them each test it?
Yes. So down, you need to open the participant box. So again, at the very bottom of the screen, you'll see participants. There's 2 people there. It's got 32 participants on my screen. Once you open that, you need to go to the bottom of that box, and that's where the option is to raise your hand and lower your hand. Stephen found it. So please test raising your hand right now and then lowering it just to make sure you found it. Barbara, have you found it? I haven't seen your hand go up yet.
No, I have not found it.
Okay. So did you open the participant box? So at the bottom of the participant box, there's going to be the option to raise and lower your hand.
Courtney, if I could just say, Barbara, if you're on your phone, it's the bottom right and it's actually under the More button.
Oh, she found it. Good job, Barbara. All right. So I think everyone found, oh, go ahead, Barbara.
Thank you.
All right, so I think everyone found the raise and lower the hand. We covered the speaking, muting, unmuting yourself, how to call in, how to chat. The chat's also at the bottom of the screen there. What else did I miss, Maida?
Was there something about full screen when we start sharing our screens?
Yeah, so again, at the top, once Maida and others start presenting, it'll automatically go to your full screen. But if you still want to be able to raise your hand and see the chat box, you need to exit full screen. And there's going to be at the top right-hand corner, there'll be an option to exit full screen. You won't probably see it right now because we're not sharing the screen. But when we get to present mode, if you want to be able to see the participant list and the chat box, you just have to exit full screen, which will be found in the top right-hand corner. And again, once we're up and going, and if you have questions, you can use the chat box, and Bryn and Gretchen will be there. You can, and they'll be ready to assist you.
All right, that's all I can remember of updates. April, anything you have?
No, just to do the full screen mode was the only thing I was going to add.
All right, so at this point in time, we have, we're going to go ahead and try starting the meeting. And again, we're going to hold our comments if we have them until the end as we have time. And so in addition to that, we have public comment, and Eric Hartstein, who is joining us, will be running through the 3 public comments that we sent out to you, just so you know. So you should have received those late yesterday afternoon. But I think at this point in time, we go ahead and start with the minutes. I'm just opening my detailed agenda to make sure that's correct, but I think we are starting with the minutes. So Randy and Liza Jane, I'm going to have you 2 unmute yourselves. Can you both unmute? Randy's unmuted. Liza Jane, can you unmute yourself? Okay, good. We're going to have you guys go ahead and stay unmuted so that as each section of the agenda, whichever one you're assigned to, you can go ahead and run that agenda item. And so for the January meetings, it's Liza Jane. So Liza Jane, would you like to take a motion for the minutes or ask if there are any changes?
Yes, I would. Can you hear me? I'm all good. Okay, I want to say good morning to everyone in this wild world we're in. Looking at all of you in boxes is something, but I'm happy to be here with you, and I will ask for your patience as I'm not very comfortable in operating the Zoom scene. So I'm glad to have all this support, Courtney and everybody. Thank you for that. So we'll get started this morning with our January minutes. Has everybody had an opportunity to look those over, I assume? Is there any questions or concerns about those additions? I would entertain a motion to accept the January meeting minutes.
This is Randy Labby for the record, and I move the board approve the minutes from the January 22, 23, 2020 meeting in Jacksonville.
And do we have a second?
It's Mark Labhart, I'll second.
Thank you. So do we have an all in favor, or we just accept that motion?
That's a really good question. We hadn't run through that. Why don't we try, board members, all those in favor, use your hand raise feature. Then we'll be able to capture that. All right, it looks like we have voting members. Looks like we're good there. All right, it looks like it's approved.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you can all lower your hands. And we will move ourselves to the next agenda item. That is the co-chair election. And Randy, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, this is Randy Labby for the record, and I echo Liza Jane's welcome to all of you, and thank you for participating this morning, and welcome to those that are on YouTube. And I too ask your forbearance because I'm much less IT smart than Liza Jane. So since its inception as a state agency, the OWEB board has chosen to operate as with a co-chair leadership model. Unless there's any interest in discussing any changes to this policy, we'll go ahead and continue with the practice of having a co-chair elected with staggered annual elections. And that's been a tradition and policy that will continue unless anybody has any further discussion on that. My seat is open for consideration, and Liza Jane has expressed a willingness and an interest in serving as co-chair for a 2-year term. You know, she has had some practice. I'd just like to add too that for those of you that are new on the board, I met Liza Jane many years ago when she was winding down her employment with the Nature Conservancy on the Zumwalt Prairie and in Wallowa County. And some years later, I had the privilege of attending an evening dinner at the Enterprise Grange with lots of local participation and the board of the Nature Conservancy, during which Liza Jane gave a very inspiring and moving speech about her work transitioning a multi-generation family ranch and her deserved pride in the restoration work she did on the Wallowa River through her ranch. She's an amazing advocate for the ranching and farming community and and speaks articulately about their stewardship of lands. So with that, I'd ask, I'm proposing Liza Jane and nominating her for this position, and I'd like to have a resolution to elect her, and I'd like to call on Jamie.
Randy, first of all, thank you for your great leadership. I've really appreciated that on my time on the board. I just wanted to say I will defer to Gary because he has been on the board longer than I, but I would love for the second to come from east of the Cascades. And very, you got to vote for a woman with saddles behind her in her backdrop. But anyway, I would be with great pride and delight, would love to second your motion.
Gary. Are you there?
Gary, you need to unmute yourself.
Okay, how's that?
Perfect.
Is that better? Okay. I had to get all the right buttons and spots. So, and I would like to say that it's been a real, it's been a lot of fun to have Randy in there as co-chair over this period of time. I've seen several of, served under several co-chairs, and Randy has been great at that task. So I would like to support Liza Jane and in this co-chair position. And so am I understanding that I'm providing a second to this motion now?
Gary, you're going to supply the resolution. Do you have that before you?
I do not.
Well, just wing it and make a proposal to elect Liza Jane as co-chair.
Okay, I do. I make that motion that we elect Liza Jane as co-chair of the OWEB board.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Gary and a second by Jamie. So all those in favor can trigger their hand raise, and we'll see if we have a majority.
It looks like we do.
Excellent. Terrific. Thank you for doing this, Liza Jane. I know you're going to be a special co-chair and represent a great part of the state. So if there's no further discussion.
I have a quick comment, Randy.
Okay.
I just thank you for your kind words and expressions of support for me in co-chairing, and I will work hard and show up. But Randy, there's no way to replace you. When I describe you to other people, it's always as the kindest person that I've ever known. And I'm going to do my best to be the same in leadership. Sometimes more feisty, but I'll always try and model your kindness. It's a great way to lead. So I'm glad you're there. You're not going anywhere. I'll need your support and mentoring to learn how to do this job as well as you did. But thank you. Thank you, everybody.
And in the vein of Randy not going anywhere, Randy will be staying as co-chair for this meeting because Jason was not able to join us for this meeting today. And so we're gonna keep holding him into this position. You may be seeing 3 co-chairs in the future as we move forward. So thanks, Randy, for continuing to fill in today as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to being a regular board member. Those regular board members have actually more fun. We're going to transition to item B, and we're already ahead of schedule. I'm sorry, item C, the public comment period. And I don't recall what we're going to do for this. Is Eric going to give us a kind of an executive summary of the comments?
Yeah, and after Eric finishes, we have 3 public comments. You received them last night. Eric's going to give you a summary. At that point in time, we'll open it up for discussion. So this is your first chance, as Eric is going through. If you have a question or something that you'd like to say about any of the public comments, please raise your hand. Courtney will keep track of those. And then we'll go through them and get any of your questions answered. So again, please use your hand raise if you have a question or a comment about the public comment. And Eric, will have you unmute yourself and go ahead and give us the summary.
So I sent out, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, so I sent out the 3 written comments that we received as of the 5 p.m. deadline yesterday. And this will be in lieu of the oral public comment that we typically have at board meetings. So the 3 comments include one from the Mid-Coast Watersheds Council, which is requesting the board make limited open solicitations grant awards at this meeting or closer to the May revenue forecast. Second letter is from the Long Tom Watershed Council, requesting the board fully fund a focused investment partnership application at the June meeting. And this application is currently paused along with all other grant awards. And the third letter is from the Oregon Conservation Partnership, which is providing an update on the work of the partnership through the COVID-19 crisis. And that's it.
And we will pause for just a second because I know you just received them at 5 o'clock last night and it's 8:22 in the morning. So we'll pause for just a second and then see first if there are any questions that are coming up about the Mid-Coast Watershed Council. We'll start with that one. All right, Courtney, go ahead. Courtney, if you're talking, you're on mute.
Sorry. This is, so far we only have Jamie that has her hand up with a question or a comment.
Jamie.
Thank you, Chair. I had just a general question. It really relates to all 3 of these comments to a certain degree, but given the unique nature of COVID-19 and the fact we had to delay these, I had followed up with staff and just asked if there was the possibility to continue funding and how some of the continuation was going to be addressed. And Made have followed up, but I just said I would be asking that at this meeting. So just wanted to ask her to follow up publicly with her response.
Yeah, so thanks, Jamie, for that. And I'll be talking in more detail when we get to the director's update. But the question that Jamie had was around existing projects. Can we go ahead and continue to fund existing projects even during this pause? And yes, we absolutely can fund existing projects, those that we have grant agreements with that are out the door that have a director's award memo completed. So one of the reasons we did the pause was specifically so that those existing grants, we could protect that funding and make sure that we never were at a point in this biennium when we had to go back and sweep funds. The challenge on the 2 in particular, the Long Tom and the Mid-Coast Watershed Council, is they are caught in that space where they did not have a final director's award memo, or in the case of the Mid-Coast Watersheds Council, it was an application that was into you for consideration, but not yet approved by the board. So in one case, Focus Investments are a director's approval, that is the Long Time. In the other case, the Mid-Coast is an open solicitation, that's a board approval. And in both cases, those actual projects are on pause. And I'll speak just really quickly to the question that the Mid-Coast asked about. Again, we are recommending that today you do not make any funding decisions. And their second question was, could we move that sooner, right after the May forecast, and get that out to you? We simply can't give you a decision right after the May forecast, because one, we have to see the May forecast. Two, we then have to interpret it. Three, we have to get it out for public comment, and we need to give 2 weeks for folks to be able to respond and comment back to you. And so that ability to, on a May 20th forecast to then be able to move forward the next day with recommendations, we just logistically aren't able to, and wouldn't be able to provide the public forum that we need to in order to have those decisions, have our grantees be able to respond to our recommendations. So we feel completely for our grantees. I wish that we could get that decision out to you sooner, but we just logistically cannot find a way to do that and still meet our public requirements.
Thanks so much.
This is Courtney. We have Molly up, and then Debbie with comments and questions.
Molly.
A comment in particular on the Northwest Water Council one was their question about the matching funds. And I was curious, especially since we have some of the federal partners on here, is if there is now leeway regarding that component that is matching funds with federal agencies. I know NIH is being very generous about COVID delays and things like that. It would be a shame to put them at jeopardy of losing important matching funds because of a pause on our part. But I think I was hoping to hear some comment or how at risk they were of losing that component of their funding. It's in the last paragraph, last lines.
So this is Debbie, and some of those funds are Forest Service funds. I don't know the specifics of the match. I'm assuming it's coming from the Siuslaw National Forest based on where the project is located. But if the decision by the board is made in June, there would still be time to use the what I assume are $2020 from Forest Service to make that match happen. I don't think that's at risk.
And this is Maida. I cannot speak for what Parks' decision will be in terms of their grants. And so I don't have an answer for the Parks funding. They are a lottery funded and then of course park fee funded agency. And so I can't speak specifically to what their match will be. I will tell you that one consideration that we will put in front of the board, or that, let me say that differently. The board makes the determination for when the start date of a grant is. And the only limitation that you have is you cannot start a grant before the beginning of the biennium, which was last July. So you can't go back to prior to last July. But one thing that we will be having a conversation with staff and in consideration of the proposals we'll be putting in front of you is, can we have the start date of those grants be sooner than the date that you award them? That allows them the ability to really immediately get those projects started and on the ground. It does not, I will be very clear, it does not solve the issues across the board. But it's something that we'll probably put in front of you for consideration to give some space for those projects to just get moving right out of the gate.
And Debbie still has her hand up.
Debbie?
Thanks. So I'll just comment on Maida's last comment about potentially being able to authorize what I would call pre-award funds. So that is something that we in the Forest Service do as well. Typically not more than 90 days in advance, but certainly is an option to help alleviate some of the situation if the board decides to go that way. But my question was really around the other letter. And it reads as if there was maybe some administrative hiccups in the processing. You know, they mentioned that there was the approval in the fall, and then they provided some back and forth documentation, and that still the grant didn't happen. I'm just, if the staff could maybe elaborate a little bit on some of those processes. I'm, you know, just trying to understand if there was something, is there something that we should consider in terms of making the grant today because of administrative issues? And maybe I'm reading too much into the letter.
So I'm going to speak to the overall piece, and then I'm going to turn it to Eric Williams, who can talk about the specifics. In terms of their request, again, this is a funky space. This is a focus investment partnership where the director makes the awards, not the board. The board actually doesn't make the awards on the FIP. That was you established holding accounts on at the beginning of the year, and then we paused those as of April 3rd as well. So from a logistics perspective, the board would not be approving this specific grant. Just so you know, Eric will describe to you, Eric Williams can describe to you what happened in this situation. And then we can also talk about what it would look like post pause as well. So Eric, do you want to give a little more background?
Sure, thanks, Maida. This particular project is part of the Willamette FIP. And this one is unique among all of the FIPs that we have because it's also a funding partnership. We run a competitive process on behalf of a couple of other funders, which are BPA and Meyer Memorial Trust. And at the end of each solicitation process, we award funds that are FIP projects with our OWEB FIP money. And typically we're matching those funds with money from BPA and Meyer Memorial Trust. Each of those funders has different limitations on how their funds can be used. The main limitation being that BPA funds have to be spent within a year. And so many of the projects in the Willamette FIP are large-scale reforestation, floodplain reforestation projects that involve lots and lots of planting. When we get those projects, it's fairly typical that we use the applicant, the grantee, uses the BPA funds to install the plants, and then uses the OWEB funds on the back end of the project to do the plant stewardship to get those plants to a free to grow state. And that was the case with this particular project at Snagboat Bend. So in addition to there being some sabbaticals from Longtom Watershed Council staff and plus OWEB staff vacation, once all that was settled through, we did have an application that was ready to go to a grant agreement. However, it wasn't prioritized because our funds were going for that plant stewardship phase. The BPA would do their own separate agreement for the planting phase of the project, which is most of the work that's going to start within the next year or so. And so our funds weren't imminently needed, and therefore we did not prioritize getting that grant agreement out. And of course, we were not planning for anything like a pandemic. So in the spirit of learning from this, of course, we now know that even though the work may not be imminent, there are other extenuating factors that could come into play, and in the future we'll pay more attention to that. So that's how we got into the situation with that particular project.
And I can speak a little bit to what the next step would look like with that project. I will say, and I really appreciate the Longtom for sending in their letter. They are not. There were others who were working fairly quickly through, for example, review processes and just waiting for a director's award memo. So this was where it got a little bit funky, I'll say, from the director's side, from these focus investments, and that we did decide that we had to put a hard stop on April 3rd, because otherwise what we were worried about is we were going to see a rush on these, and the more of a rush we saw, the less flexibility. So if we had said next week, you know, the 10th was the stop date, we would have seen a lot of projects coming in, and every single project would reduce your flexibility. So from that perspective, one of the things that I would recommend is when we move forward in June, each of those focus investment partnerships is going to have the opportunity to then decide what projects they're going to move forward with based on the amount of funding that you say they have available. So this does not stop that project. It just puts it back into a conversation with the grantees deciding if there are more limited funds, what it looks like. So my recommendation would be that the board, as hard as this is, that as Eric said, we have a very big lesson learned here. And we had other grants that were sitting in the same spot. So if we start down that path, we're going to be starting down a path, and each decision reduces your flexibility in June. And I wish I could give a different answer from our perspective. I'll leave it back to board if you want to discuss further.
Meg, do you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Randy. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things, Maida, that I don't get about the long Tom letter is it looks like they're asking, in lieu of requesting an exception right now, that the board take action differently in the future. And is there board action here, or is it the director that's taking the action?
It is director action, and I don't know that they it is a director's action. You have delegated that authority to the director. And so what you would be doing in June again is you are telling me as the director, here's the percent, here's how much we want those FIPS to be spending. And then we work with the FIPS to determine what grants then move forward in that scheme. And so what they are asking for is that the board fund the recommendation. That would be very different than anything that we've ever done with a focused investment. What I don't know, because we just received this yesterday, I don't know if it was just a lack of understanding on the long Tom's part about what the process is, or if they're asking you to do something different. Again, our recommendation would be that we, with all of the FIPS we move forward, you will tell me what the new funding line is, and then we will work with the grantees to figure out what grants get funded with that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. You can stop me if you just haven't raised your hand, but if not, we'll go on to item D, monitoring grants administrative rules, and I'll turn it over to Liza Jane.
Thank you, Randy. This is Liza Jane for the record. So we have monitoring grants administrative rules. This will require a board action. And I like to remind us that this fits the strategic plan priority 6, the coordinated monitoring and shared learning to advance watershed restoration effectiveness. So with that, I will turn it over to Renee, Ken, and Eric.
All right, and I would say if one of you is talking right now, we can't hear you.
All right, good morning, it's Renee, can you hear me?
Yes, and now we can hear you as well, Ken. Excellent.
Okay, so are you able to see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I'm the technology guinea pig, and that's dangerous despite the fact that I manage the IT section. I'm a bit of a Luddite. So good morning, co-chairs, members of the board. As Liza Jane noted, we're on agenda item D. This is focused on the revised administrative rules for a web monitoring grant. So Ken and I are going to be tag teaming this just by way of brief context, and it's outlined in the staff report. These administrative rules were last touched by the board in 2005. So needless to say, they were in need of a robust look at both the content plus also the need for some alignment with our more recent administrative rules. So Ken will walk you through the majority of the presentation. Here's an outline of what we'll hit on during the presentation today. So start with program background, outline who participated in the Rules Advisory Committee. So just briefly, before I turn it over to Ken, huge thanks to all of the RAC members who participated. They were incredibly engaged.
And special thanks to both Alan and Molly, who served as ex officio members of the RAC. It was great to have board member engagement in that also. Then we'll walk through the summary of proposed changes to the administrative rules. We'll briefly describe the public comment, and then talk about the proposed revised administrative rules. I'll walk you through those, and then we can discuss any questions and comments that you have on those. So one request when we're actually in the midst of the presentation itself, prior to walking through the administrative rules, if you could keep questions to just clarifying questions, that would be great. It would allow us to continue to move pretty quickly through this so we can save time at the end. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ken to dig into program background.
All right, thanks, Renee. So co-chairs, members of the board, good morning. I'm going to be providing just a little bit of, background information on, how we got to these revised rules that you guys will be considering today. So, really the monitoring grants are an integral OWEB grant offering, and they're really important to our grantees. Not a lot of funders provide funding for monitoring, so OWEB plays an important role in that in Oregon. Per existing Oregon administrative rules, monitoring grants are important resources that assist grantees in gathering data on current conditions in a watershed, evaluating the specific efforts of on-the-ground actions, or comparing similar watershed components before and after a restoration project. Two fun facts that I found kind of looking into this and kind of preparing for a presentation today was that OWEB began funding monitoring projects as early as 1997 when we were the Governor's Watershed Enhancement Board, or GWEB. And as Renee already mentioned, the administrative rules were last updated in February of 2005. So it's been a little over 15 years that we've been working under these current rules. So next slide, please. So just, a little bit of background on the process that we went to develop these rules. At the April 2019 board meeting, you guys, authorized staff to initiate rulemaking. And so we began to really think hard at who we wanted to sit on that RAC, and started, recruiting Rules Advisory Committee, or RAC, members. And so we formed that in August of 2019, and soon thereafter had our first meeting. And we had 4 RAC meetings between August and December of 2019. Those first 2 were actually in-person meetings, and the second 2 were held teleconference. But after each meeting, we took their feedback and made edits to the rules, worked on certain sections as we went through the rule revision process, and would send those to them to review in advance. And so there was opportunity to discuss those changes along the way, but also the Rules Advisory Committee members had an opportunity to provide us written comments along the way. So next slide, please. So we had a 13-member RAC, and again, when we were thinking about who we wanted to sit on there, we wanted to make sure we had a broad representation of agencies that interact with our monitoring grants, but also broad geographic distribution. So we made sure we had folks from the coast, people that worked in different basins, including Eastern Oregon and the Willamette Valley, Umpqua Basin, but also wanted to make sure we had folks that had different technical expertise. So, we have fish biologists, we have water quality specialists, we have folks that are experts in stream flow, and we have a wildlife biologist. We had a professor from U of O who teaches there in the geography department. And so we had really a good distribution of expertise on the RAC, but also roles in which they interact with monitoring grants. So we have grantees. We also had open solicitation review team members, FIP, technical review team members, and then also a few folks from the Oregon Plan monitoring team. And in addition, we invited 2 tribal representatives to participate. So we have Amy Charette from the Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs, and also had Stan Vendewettering from the Confederate Tribes of Select Indians. They both sit on regional review teams, and either themselves or their staff do a lot of monitoring. So they're real well versed in that. And in addition, as Renee mentioned, Alan and Molly participate in the RAC as OWEB board ex officio members. And both of them have sat on the board monitoring committee in the past, so are well versed in our OWEB grant monitoring program. In addition, of course, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, just briefly, attachment A does list all of the RAC members, just for reference.
Yes, thank you. Has their affiliation as well. And of course, got a lot of assistance from Eric Hartstein. He assists all staff in rules advisory process. So really appreciate his assistance and Renee's leadership throughout this effort. So next slide, please. So substantive rule revisions were made and modeled on the format of other more current administrative rules. Attachment D1 of the staff report has the proposed monitoring rules in red line, and D2 has the clean version of the proposed rules. And Renee will walk you guys through that in just a bit. So just sort of a summary of the changes made to the proposed rules. There was a purpose statement was added. Definitions were added. I think additional 7 definitions were added for a total of 8 now. Application requirements were removed. The eligibility was described, and language was added to describe projects that are ineligible. There was a significant expansion of the evaluation criteria. We have a total of 10 now. And we added a section, again, that was consistent with other administrative rules that explains the technical review process, and it included a description of the role the Oregon Plan monitoring team plays. And we also included an option for a statewide team with monitoring expertise to review grant applications seeking funds that have been delegated to the director, such as the Focus Investment Partnership grants, individual grants. So the new rules also incorporated format and content of more current rules, including there's a section on there, staff funding recommendation process, funding decision, grant agreement conditions, and waiver and periodic review of rules. So really just sort of updating these rules to reflect the formatting and information that are in the other Oregon administrative rules for OLED monitoring or OLED grant programs. So next slide, please. This visual representation of the evaluation criteria, which OWEB staff often affectionately refer to as the bubble diagram, is useful for regional review team members to apply the evaluation criteria when making their funding recommendation and ranking grant applications. The bubble diagrams are just a good way to visually display the significant improvements we made to the evaluation criteria. So this bubble diagram reflects the current rules, where we have 3 categories. Those categories are sorted in the center of the diagram, and then 5 criteria to evaluate monitoring applications. And those criteria are sorted in the rectangles that are adjacent to each criteria in the center. Next slide, please. So now this slide reflects a draft mock-up of what the bubble diagram could look like once the revised rules are approved. This bubble diagram now has 4 categories in the center and a total of 10 evaluation criteria that sort of hang off each of those categories. The criteria is much more robust now and reflects the topics that review team members discuss when reviewing monitoring grant applications. And so we included these 2 diagrams, not for you to digest the evaluation criteria in detail, but to just visually illustrate the addition of new criteria to properly evaluate the monitoring application. Next slide, please. We included this slide just to give you a summary of, how we sort of interacted with Department of Justice to help give us review and feedback, and then the public comment process. So we asked DOJ for review twice before and once after public comment. Going through the Rules Advisory Committee, a couple of questions had come up along the way. And so we wanted to check in with them to get direction and feedback. And so that was really helpful for us. And then again, as we had their review after public comment and made some edits and before that version that you see today. So in February 1, the draft rules were released for public comment, and those rules were placed on the Secretary of State website. OWEB sends out a big sort of gov delivery email to our email list. And then I also sent a personal email to all our tribal contacts, key contacts, in which we invited their comments, let them know that the draft rules were out for public comment, and just really thanked the 2 tribal representatives that participated in the Rules Advisory Committee process and their contribution to that. The public comment period was open from February 1st to March 1st. And part of that is a public hearing in Salem. So we had that February 27th. And we actually had someone show up and give comments at the public meeting. And they also submitted some written comments to the record. We also had different written comments that came in before the deadline. And so a summary of those comments and OWEB staff response are provided in attachment B, and the written comments received are provided in attachment C. And so we really took those public comments to heart and made quite a few edits after the public comment period was closed. This went back to DOJ for review. Now is reflected, those edits, in the final version of rules, that draft rules that were prepared for the staff report that you see in attachment D1 and D2. And so now I'd like to turn it over to Renee to walk through the proposed rules in preparation for board questions, discussion, and decision. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Ken. So Ken noted that the agency's responses to both oral and written public comment are included in attachment B. Just a quick highlight of those. There was interest from some of the local partners to have the rules better align with statutory language. It was a great suggestion, so we made that change. And then getting clearer on the kind of question of basic versus applied research around eligibility. So worked with Department of Justice to clarify that language. And just briefly, but I see that Mark raised his hand at one point. I want to just thank the local partners who provided both oral and written comment. You don't always expect to get comments during rulemaking at OWEB, and the fact that we received as many as we did on monitoring rules shows that there's great interest from our local partners in that. So any questions at this point before I start the process of walking through the rules in D2?
Mark?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Co-Chair. I'm just looking at the comments from the public, and again, we appreciate those that were received. Just to clarify now, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 comments. Staff reviewed those comments, and 4 of the 5 staff incorporated those comments into the revised document. And the one that was staff recommended a no on is because OWEB doesn't regulate riparian buffer establishment or beaver introduction, so it wasn't applicable to what was being proposed. Do I have that all correct?
That's correct, Mark. Thanks for the question. So while we appreciate James Peterson's feedback on this, the majority of what he was describing really is outside of the purview of OWEB. We're a granting agency. We do not have a regulatory role with the Forest Practices Act. And while some of our partners certainly are taking advantage of things like beaver reintroduction or beaver dam analogs, just different restoration strategies, it's not something that we can really direct or dictate. in our administrative rules. So appreciate the comment that that was one where the fit wasn't just, wasn't quite right in terms of revisions to our administrative rules based on those public comments.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So any other questions before I outline the process for walking through the rules? Okay, so this is going to really test all of our technology skills, and it's going to take a village to do this. So most of you have probably been around for a rulemaking. What we'll do is what we typically do, which is walk through the sections of the rules to just get an indication for each of the individual sections of the administrative rules if particular board members have questions. So we'll ask that you use, for those folks on Zoom, use your raise hand option, and we'll have Courtney and Gretchen and Bryn tracking who's raising hands. If you forget, put something in the chat, but please try to raise your hand, and then I'll stop after we've collected the list of raised hands and ask if there's anyone on who's just connected by phone who has questions within or comments within that section of the rule. So we'll get the running tally of board members who have questions throughout the entirety of the document. Then we'll come back to the top and we'll start walking through the questions and comments that you have. Maida, I will stop sharing my screen, and Maida will put up the clean version of the proposed revised administrative rules. So what's included in attachment D2, simply because D1 is very messy, given that we did nearly a full rewrite of these rules. And as the need for any edits emerges from the board member discussion, then Maida will be typing those in to the version of the rules.
And Renee, I'm just checking. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So Courtney, Maida, anything that I forgot in terms of guidance to board members before we begin this adventure?
I like beginning the adventure. Let's give it a shot.
Okay, great. All right, so going to attachment D2, we'll start at the top. We'll begin with section 0080, purpose. Any questions? And again, just raise your hand, use the hand raise option in Zoom if you do have questions.
I do not see any questions on this one, Renee.
Nor do I. Okay, and then anyone on the phone have questions? Okay, hearing none. We'll move to section 0090, definitions. Seeing no raised hands, how about folks on the phone? Okay, moving to the next section, 0100, eligibility. Seeing no hand raises, how about folks on the phone? And Courtney, there is a chat that I'm seeing. I don't know if it's relevant, but could you check that? All right, moving on to section 0140, evaluation criteria. Any hand raises? Eric Murray.
Yeah, thanks, Renee.
Actually, we're going to go ahead just a second, Eric. We're going to get all of the folks who have questions, and then we'll come back and walk through just so that we can determine if there's any time considerations. So any other questions on evaluation criteria besides Eric, including folks on the phone? Okay. Then moving on to section 0150, technical review process. All right, seeing no hand raises, folks on the phone. All right, moving on to section 0160, staff funding recommendation process. Hand raises. Folks on the phone. All right, 0170, funding decision. Hand raises or folks on the phone. Okay, section 0180, grant agreement conditions. All right, no hand raises, no comments from the phone. Last section 0190, waiver and periodic review of rules. Hand raises or folks on the phone. Okay, you're making this
Renee,
entirely too, oh, go ahead, Maida.
I would just go back, you went through kind of quickly, so I would go back and just do one more ask about anything in case folks didn't get a chance.
Okay, so anyone missed raising their hand or letting us know on the phone that you have a question? Jamie. And Steve is waving at me. I'm assuming that's a hand raise.
And Gary.
Gary. Okay.
And maybe ask them. So Jamie and Steve and Gary ask which sections.
This is Jamie on the eval criteria.
So that is section
0140, Maida.
Okay, so Jamie has a question there. Eric, where was your question? Or Steve, sorry.
Same section.
Okay, and then Gary, where was your question?
I have a question on purpose 0080.
Okay.
All right, so did that capture everyone who didn't have a chance? Mark, is your hand up again?
Yep.
Okay, yes. Mark, what section?
Go to page 6, and it's under section 0180, and it's just a clarification question for Maida. It says on number 3, the director may authorize minor changes within the scope of the original project plan.
Okay, so we will come to that one. We can talk about it when we get to that section. So Mark will add you there. All right. Other hand raises or folks on the phone?
Okay. So with that, let's go back to section 0080 purpose. And Gary had a question here. And you may be on mute, Gary.
Okay, how's that?
Great.
Okay, I'm just a little unclear on the comments here that received from 2 different, that they're talking and citing the ORS 956, and they have in here that language that is added and is stricken, and is this on the suggested revisions from Lucky Mute, for instance, is this language like, for instance, natural functions? Was it part of the statutory language, or what is that? And did they suggest that it be stricken from the purpose statement?
Yeah, so Gary, this is Renee. What the recommended or requested alignment was in terms of the statutory language. And if you look at attachment C, you'll see the language that the council staff grabbed out of the version of the administrative rules that went out for public comment. They proposed to strike the eligible restoration acquisition section of that, so that it was not attached to specific project types that OWEB might subsequently fund, but then proposed to really reflect with that new added language, the protect or restore natural watershed or ecosystem functions, to align that in a more meaningful way with the statutory language. So you'll see in the version that Maida has up here for section 0080, we do talk about protecting and restoring native fish or wildlife habitats, protecting or restoring natural watershed or ecosystem functions, really in the spirit of reflecting what is our statutory charge around those larger intents and outcomes, rather than having what these folks felt was a pretty narrow interpretation around it's all about restoration or acquisition projects, when really monitoring can be about things like status and trends monitoring, to really understand the full picture of how those ecosystems are functioning. So that was the edit that we made in response to this question, to still align quite well with statute, but to understand that monitoring has at times a broader context in terms of that watershed and ecosystem function.
Okay, thank you, Renee.
Yep. Okay, then we can move to section 0140. Eric, let's start with you.
Okay, thank you, Renee. The NOAA staff that either permit or authorize monitoring activities have asked if there's a possibility of reducing monitoring that is particularly could injure or kill listed fish. And I'm wondering if the criteria as they're written now, and they're particularly concerned about monitoring that might be duplicative with other monitoring, do the evaluation criteria now allow that sort of look to see if those activities are necessary, if there is an alternative, and if the monitoring may be, particularly this more invasive monitoring, may be duplicative with other activities that are being proposed?
I believe that it does look for that. So for example, Eric, if you look at sub 3 at the top of page 3, existing data or current or planned monitoring efforts that this project will complement. The intent with that is what you described, without saying, how do we avoid redundancy? It really is to get at, how is this offering something kind of new, different, complementary? So that's certainly one area. Ken, as I've been talking, additional thoughts given the 10 criteria?
That's the one that I would have pointed out was number 3. Again, as Renee mentioned, really the RAC wanting folks to do their homework to see if their monitoring questions can be answered with existing data before collecting new data, but also wanting to make sure that they're plugged into what's happening already or might be happening in the future that could be redundant or that their efforts could complement. I'd also look.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
The next one is just really 7 and 8. You know, the expertise, the qualifications to do that work, right? And so I think that if it does happen, right, there's ways in which folks who have experience can minimize harm to endangered species, and so that's part of the consideration when evaluating monitoring applications as well.
Yeah, Eric, the only other one that I would flag is sub 9 here, how the appropriate technical experts are engaged. So this is really giving space during the review process and including open solicitation, where you have both the Oregon Plan monitoring team, the statewide team reviewing, and regional review teams, to really have that opportunity to say, have the necessary and sufficient consultations been done with agency experts? So for example, if you're doing fish monitoring, have they been in touch with staff from ODFW and NOAA to avoid, hopefully avoid any potential risk for listed species that might be monitored?
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Jamie also had a question here.
Renee, this is Courtney. Brenda raised her hand. I'm not sure if it was on this specific topic or a new topic. I just wanted to check.
Yes, it is on this
So
topic.
Brenda, it was on this topic?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead then, Brenda.
Item 10, the process by which data results will be stored, reported, and made publicly available. Is there not a central repository for all monitoring data across state agencies?
There is not. a central repository. So I'll kick this off, and Ken, feel free to chime in. So we had a lot of hearty conversation about this with the Rules Advisory Committee. So for certain types of data, so for example, water quality data, there is a central state repository in the form of Department of Environmental Quality's AQUIMS, Ambient Water Quality Monitoring System database. ODFW does, and we require any monitoring grantees who are gathering water quality data to submit their data to the AQUIMS database that DEQ maintains. ODFW keeps fish, wildlife, and habitat data. Same requirement we have for monitoring grantees. There are, though, some instances where certain types or parameters may fall through the cracks. So Ken, do you want to talk a little bit about some of those?
Yeah, thanks. And Renee is right. It's a topic of great discussion, not only at the REC, but also with the board's monitoring committee and with a lot of interagency efforts that we participate in. And so, you know, one example of a type of monitoring data that does not have a central storage location is stream flow. So OWRD, Oregon Water Resources Department, they have their own stream flow gauging stations that they maintain, and they make the data available. OWEB monitoring grantees are eligible to perform, you know, stream flow monitoring, and if they do that, there currently is not the resources or ability for them to upload that and share that with OWRD to make that available. And so we have, you know, basically reporting requirements that make them make our grantees who collect stream flow data make that publicly available. And there's a number of ways that they can do that. They can make it available on their website. They can share that with OWRD and communicate with them so they know it's available. And so if OWRD is interested in it, they can access that or make a request to access that. And so there's a lot of communication with different organizations that collect monitoring data. It really depends on the type of data. And so, for instance, you know, rare plants. Our monitoring grants do support the collection of information on rare plants, and there is sort of a central database that Fish and Wildlife Service has related to that, and Institute for Applied Ecology helps maintain that. And so that information for those go to that location. So depends on the type of data and how it's stored, but there is not all that data. All those different types of parameters are not located in one location, in one central storage house.
Thanks for the explanation. I appreciate that. One comment, probably not related to rulemaking here, is that that approach to archiving data in so many different places in so many different ways does not lend itself well to synthesis and understanding more holistic pictures of watershed function.
Point taken, Brenda. Thank you. Okay, let's jump back to Jamie.
Thank you. And first of all, Brenda, thank you for raising the point about data. I think that's one of those opportunities for improvement we can work towards, and just to make sure we're capturing data in a way that people can access it most readily. The question I have, and I apologize a bit on this because it's going to tie in a couple of the sections, but it has to do with the focus on current data. And obviously we need current data to know the current conditions, but if the overall purpose is to restore native fish and wildlife habitats and to restore the natural watershed conditions, then it seems that by definition, we'd also need historical data. And so I'm just curious, and it also then ties into this definition of the technical review teams, because I'm thinking of who are our technical experts, and do they can include traditional and indigenous knowledge? And we had a great presentation when we were in Jacksonville on that point. But it's trying to make sure that while we absolutely have to have current conditions to know what the change is going to be, if we do want to look at establishing trends, which is part of the eligibility criteria, then it seems that we would need to have more information on the historical data. And some of that is more indigenous knowledge that ties in with also the technical expertise. So I'm just curious how we're capturing that level of expertise being a criteria in making more folks eligible for these grants who will be able to bring that information forward.
Thanks for that, Jamie. So a few things. One, I would say that between the criteria and then also the composition of the various review teams, including representatives from tribes, both at regional review teams and within the technical review teams for focused investment partnerships, more of the delegated awards. We do begin to get at some of what you're talking about in terms of the potential for pulling in, really drawing upon tribal and indigenous knowledge. That you're right, though it's not articulated specifically as a standalone criterion. But certainly I think, again, going back to the sub 3, the existing data or current or planned monitoring efforts that this will complement, I think that that is a wide enough net that what you're describing certainly is included within that. I would also point to the prior sub, which includes monitoring or information needs associated with a whole different host of plans or assessments, including tribal. And we specifically did add that language that is very important to recognize that federal recovery plans may not be sufficient to address what tribes are doing by way of assessments and planning for protecting habitats and species. So I would say that the space is there, but you are correct that there is no targeted criterion for that. Ken, from just given the conversations that I know you have had with some of the tribal staff through time about monitoring and other grant types, additional thoughts?
No, I think it's a good question, and I think that when tribes are and other partners who are working with tribes are submitting monitoring grants, that they are thinking about historic conditions and trying to understand what current conditions are and how they're different, and that information is helping inform restoration or protection. We're really trying, where should they work and what should the things that they should do, what needs to change on the landscape. And so they're trying to focus that data collection to understand what has changed. And so I think it's a great comment, and I think that, as Renee mentioned, we have tribes that sit on all of our grant review teams, and so that's probably an additional lens that they apply when they're thinking about the relevance of these monitoring projects that are proposed.
If I may follow up, what I'm envisioning though is 2 grants side by side, and staff in the difficult decision of having to decide between those 2 and to going through the ranking and evaluation process. What we would then see before approvals are made, or before the executive director would see before making approvals, and those 2 being side by side, and one having much more detailed and perhaps some better spelled out data, current data and data from the past, say 10 years, compared to one that may have a much deeper historical source of data and information, and even some anecdotal data. Because one of the, I'm an engineer by training, is my first degree, so I appreciate data driven, but sometimes we have different types of oral histories or other ways of capturing information that's just as valid and sometimes more appropriate for looking at restoration, true restoration projects. And so wanting to make sure that the second project is not ranked lower because it actually would arguably contain greater value in terms of a better understanding of the original habitat and some of these natural habitats that will allow fish to return and allow more hospitable habitat for the overall purpose. And so I'm just concerned with having that not called out specifically in an evaluation criteria that would give merit to that historical information. And then also, and again, I apologize, this is jumping sections, but going back to the definition section, I did on number 7, I did technical review team. I did a quick look at the OAR, and one of the things it does not specifically include is indigenous knowledge. And so it would seem appropriate to me under definition number 7 to have it as listed, and then maybe at the very end, do a comma and then just say including indigenous knowledge. So it essentially calls it out to make sure that we don't forget along the way. I have absolute confidence in the team we have in place. But over time, if there's a changeover, I would want to make sure that this is kind of baked into the criteria so that we don't lose that intentionality that we all have now. So I would actually make that recommendation for 7, but also ask if there's something we could add to the evaluation criteria that would essentially call that out. And again, Ken's point is well taken. It's part of what people are doing now, but if there's some way to make sure we're incorporating that into the actual criteria.
So Jamie, I want to be clear on when you're referencing 7, you're talking about sub 7 under definition 0090?
That's correct. That's correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct. Just a specific reference under, yeah. So on the very last one on number 7 on page 1. So right after the OAR reference, like a comma, and then saying including indigenous knowledge. So it doesn't take away from anything else, but it just calls that out to make sure that's not lost.
So I would actually propose that we probably incorporate that earlier with somewhere in the with relevant knowledge section, rather than attaching it kind of at the tail end. Because it seems as though that what you're proposing is, a finer point on that historical context as relevant knowledge.
I'll defer to your insights as to where the best place to put it, but I do think that's something that is not called out as specifically as I think it probably should be to make sure it's not lost.
Renee, you want me to go ahead and type that in?
Yep, please.
And so that hits that definition piece, but then also in terms of the criteria, is there a way we can, in the hypothetical of those 2 applications being side by side, is there a way we can make sure we're allowing that indigenous knowledge to be valued in a criterion process? Because it would ultimately speak to who the partners were, who were part of that process, or even who the applicants would be.
And Renee, this is Maida. I might suggest under sub 3, you could say existing data, including historical data, because I heard you say that as well, Jamie, yep. And indigenous knowledge.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so any comments or feedback on those 2 additions, just briefly before we move from Jamie's comments and go to Steve.
We also have Meg with her hand up and Brenda. So Meg, is your question on this specifically?
Yes, it is on this topic. I keep trying to move this what's on my screen, which of course I can't do. But what I'm wondering about is whether if the edits we're making will require indigenous knowledge in every circumstance on a technical review team, and will require it be present in evaluation of a project. I'm just thinking about, I don't know what, this is the first time I've thought about this, but whether there are situations where either there is no person to provide the indigenous knowledge available in the context, or the information isn't available to whoever is putting together the proposal.
So Meg, I can speak technically to this, and I'm going to ask Eric Hartstein to correct me if I'm wrong, but what my memory from when we add something that says including Indigenous knowledge, both here and down below, is it is the same as saying included but not limited to. It doesn't mean that does not require it, and it does not require that it is only it, if that makes sense. And we can check with DOJ afterwards to make sure that the word including is the correct word. We'll send this back through DOJ to get to that point of if the Indigenous knowledge is not relevant, what I hear you saying, Meg, is make sure that we're not requiring it where it isn't relevant.
Yeah.
And to Jamie's point, make sure to include it wherever we can and give it its due reference.
Right.
We will check with DOJ to make sure that the including word is the right word, unless Eric Hartstein, do you know right offhand?
You may be muted, Eric.
Okay, now looks like I'm muted now. No, I don't know the answer to that. It'd be a good idea to run by DOJ. Just a quick time check. A little over 40 minutes into the 60-minute agenda item here.
Thanks, Eric.
So if board members are okay with understanding that this word might change, but we've captured the concept. And then Brenda.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate Jamie's attention to that aspect of defining reference conditions against which to compare any monitoring data. I'm not sure if it's appropriate at this point, but the other aspect of reference conditions is how well those reference conditions might be attainable in the future given climate change. So is it appropriate that there be any wording in here that reflects likely future conditions?
Brenda, I would say, and this is just initial off the cuff thinking, that the sub 1 need, relevance, applicability, timeliness of the proposed monitoring project to inform future planning. I think that provides space currently to address climate change. My thinking also relates to the fact that shortly Eric Hartstein's going to walk us through the new board committees, including a climate-focused committee, and it very well could be that following the deliberation of that committee and then subsequent consideration from the board, we may have some proposed changes that go well beyond just the monitoring administrative rules and could apply to others. So my suggestion, and I see a little bit of small head nodding from Maida, is that we might hold on full integration of the climate considerations until we can have a more comprehensive look at how that relates across our administrative rules for our grant making. Maida, thoughts?
Yeah, I would tend to agree, Brenda. I think actually what you're raising is a really good conversation and one that we need to take in more depth. And I do think it could run across restoration, monitoring, acquisition, and other areas. If you're comfortable with this sub 1 for now, and then knowing that you all are going to be digging into that more, that would be helpful for us, I think, so that we don't quasi incorporate something now that could be more fully incorporated with your feedback and input.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Brenda.
And then Steve.
Okay, then moving to Steve.
Yeah, I have 2 questions. One is actually following up from Eric's original comments and going again back to number 3. I think what you're trying to say is something about the level of integration and complementarity with existing and historic and ongoing programs. In other words, are they aware of all the existing monitoring programs, and does this fit into that array? And are they actively engaged in integrating their program with those other programs in some way or form? Because the way it's currently stated is existing data or current and planned monitoring efforts that this project will complement. I don't know how I would evaluate that if there are no data out there and this will be the brand new only time ever. Is that a good or a bad thing? Or if there's tons of data and this will add one more data point, is that a good or a bad thing? So I don't know the way it's stated how you would actually evaluate based on number 3, unless it has to do with some level of awareness and integration of the project itself.
Great point, Steve. I think this is, to get at your question, I think this is where we actually look at multiple evaluation criteria, which that, you know, for better or for worse, the review teams are faced with thinking about the full set, the full suite of criteria. Because if you look at sub 1, need, relevance, applicability, timeliness. So need and relevance would get at that point that you're making of, okay, there is nothing else out there. This is brand new, but what is the actual need for it? If it's brand new, but really it's not going to be particularly helpful in informing some of that future planning for implementation, that's where the review team can, I think, look across different criteria to get at some of the nuance of what you're describing. At the same time, if they look at sub 3 and the question of complementarity is called, there is more nuance in the discussion of that. They'll say, okay, it may be adding an additional piece, but going back to sub 1, we don't really need that piece. It's not a priority data gap that needs to be filled to have a fuller picture of the restoration or conservation need on the ground. So just knowing, reflecting back on the conversation, which honestly, the RAC spent most of its time in the evaluation criteria. These were some of the things that came up, and the importance of kind of that cross-referencing or cross-pollination among the criteria to get at situations like you're describing. Ken, I don't know if you have anything else in terms of that context from some of the evaluation criteria conversations.
Well, it's still, again, number 3, it seems to me that if they are aware of an existing program and sampling techniques and the time and space scales that are going to be done, and they can make a case that that the monitoring program will fill a gap, but will still make use of all of these other information is out there, will use the same techniques, things like that. That might be a stronger monitoring program than one just says everyone's collecting temperature and we're going to collect it too. And I don't know that that's captured in number 3. I think that's what you're trying to say, but I don't know that it's captured there. But anyway, so I don't have any suggested language change. My second question, I think, is also buried somewhere in here, but I don't see it explicitly. And that's when it seems to me when you're going to evaluate a monitoring program, one of the main criteria is the technical merit of the methodology and the statistical rigor of what they're going to be doing. And I don't know that the actual techniques, number 5 sort of says that, professionally accepted monitoring and analysis protocols, but I don't know if someone is using state-of-the-art, highly efficient, statistically valid sampling methodology versus someone who's using accepted monitoring techniques published in 1953. So, I just don't know that I sense it in those criteria.
Ken, do you want to speak to maybe the blend of across 4 or 5? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I would. Number 4 includes analysis procedures, and so and they really want to focus, what are the monitoring questions and how the proposed methods and activities will answer those questions. And so it includes analysis procedures, and then also number 8 might get to their qualifications and ability and performance history to perform those analysis methods. So like you're saying, if they're maybe more cutting edge and are not fully professionally accepted at this time, but that they have this track record expertise to develop that, they might be proposing something that is not from the 50s but is more new, could be, I think, considered. And again, it's the blend of all those that they're looking at across a variety of criteria to get at what you're talking about.
So the
it was a big,
then be buried in there somewhere.
You said, Steve, the
can you repeat that
statistical
question?
analysis.
Yeah, or the rigor of the sampling design, statistical rigor. Is it, can it do what, is it sampling with the time and space scales to, it's probably in there maybe, and maybe it's good enough, but I just wanted to highlight that, that when I read it, I didn't sense that.
Yeah, so definitely from the RAC conversation, that sub 4 that Ken was referencing is inclusive of what you're describing between study design and the analysis procedures. That was certainly an area of a substantial amount of discussion, making sure that the study's designed in a way that can actually answer the monitoring questions that are being posed.
Okay, good.
Okay, thanks, Steve. And then I believe Mark is the, oh, Jamie raised your hand. Jamie, is this on Steve's comment specifically?
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree that the data has to be strong and accurate. But one of the things that's kind of tied into my earlier comments is this trend of cultural bias that sometimes undermines more Indigenous perspectives. So I would ask if it were even possible, with the full understanding and wholehearted agreement with his comment, to potentially even include language like a phrase, something like accounting for cultural bias, or incorporating or with consideration for cultural bias or tradition, something like that, that allows some sense that if we've got someone using, for example, an oral history versus even a written, that it's not dismissed out of hand, but it's checking us all to maybe make sure we're thinking more broadly and incorporating good data that we need for good analysis, but not discounting more traditional methods.
So Jamie, this is Maida. I might actually say, as I'm reading back through what we've just added, I actually think what you had us add in 3 may get us there. The thing I worry about a little bit with just adding in a term of cultural bias without spending some time, the term, I think there are a set of people who know and understand and a set of people who don't. So I think my concern would be where Indigenous knowledge is a very, it's kind of known and in the world now. I am a little bit worried about adding that term, and I think you actually did a good job of it by saying existing data includes this type of knowledge. Okay. I actually think we get there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we're going to move to Mark, who I believe has the last comment, and it's on section 0180. Go ahead, Mark.
And it's number 3, but before I do that, I just want to preference by saying thanks to the RAC, the 15 members on the RAC and the 4 meetings that they held, and thanks to staff for listening to the public comments and incorporating those in. Appreciate that. So this is mainly just a worrywart question for either Renee or Maida. On number 3, it says the director may authorize minor changes within the scope of the original project plan. So if I was an applicant and I'd submitted my plan, tell me what that means if the director says, well, I'm going to make some changes to this. What is the definition of minor? What are we talking about here?
Yeah, and I would say also talk about, Renee, the authorize piece of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Mark, an example of this is, say a local partner had proposed to monitor 6 locations for water temperature and sediment. And they ended up having some cost savings unexpected, and they now want to expand that to a 7th station, for example, or maybe even bringing in an 8th station, fully within the overall intent of what that monitoring project was aiming to do at the outset. In that case, in consultation with a project manager, we might decide this is really nothing but a value add here. We're doing nothing but enhancing the statistical rigor, still meeting the intent around understanding, the temperature and sediment situation in that particular watershed. In that case, MEDA could authorize a minor change in scope of project. If someone had proposed to do temperature monitoring and now they come in and say, I'm going to start quantifying carbon sequestration in an estuary, and I had proposed to do temperature monitoring in Rock Creek along the coast, we might say, whoa, that is very different from what any of our review teams considered when they were looking at this project. That is not something that can be authorized under the scope of the current project. You need to bring a new monitoring application in. So that's pretty extreme example. Maida, anything to add?
The only thing I would say is I think the other key in the term is authorizing. So it's not me going and saying to the grantee, you need to change your proposal. It's them coming to us and saying, I want to add a station, or 2 stations are completely redundant. And so we're going to go with 1 and do some more robust monitoring. But there are conversations that may happen with the grantee up front. But this is a place where they're saying, hey, we want to make a switch. And then the staff looks at it, as long as it doesn't change the intent of the project, then they could come with that proposal.
Okay, because I read that wrong, because I read it, you can read it as the director may authorize. And what you're saying is, no, if the applicant comes back and say, I'd like to make a minor change within the scope, then I could authorize that.
Yep.
Okay. I wonder if we need some clarification there. Okay. Well, no.
And that's something, Mark, that I believe may be through multiple divisions of our administrative rules. So if you'd like, when we circle back with DOJ, we could do a quick check on that too.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so any additional thoughts or questions come up from board members as we've been walking through the rules? Okay, so otherwise, I believe that we've got the 2.
Oh, Alan Henning has his hand up.
Oh, go ahead, Alan. You may be on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
we can.
Just a couple of points. Brenda raised a question about a common repository for the data, and I think that's been a goal of the monitoring committee, of many monitoring committees throughout the state, and we'll strive to get there, and hopefully at some point in time it can do that. DEQ has a very solid base for that now in their outcomes database, and we'll move that forward to the extent they can, but the problem is they don't have the staff to move it forward to its capability. And over time, that will change, and we'll get better functionality out of that. So there is a thought to move to a common repository, but it does include a lot of variety of different data that has to be dealt with. And so it will take time, and folks will continue moving in that direction. Second point is my compliments to Eric, Renee, and Ken for moving this process forward. I mean, we authorized the development of the RAC in April 2019. Within a short year, they've put together proposed rules and went through a very nice RAC process to do so. And you're changing rules that were established in 2005, which were very, very minimal, to something that's pretty comprehensive. My kudos to the staff in moving this forward.
Thanks, Alan. We appreciate that. And again, thanks to you and Molly for participating on the RAC. It was great to have your involvement. Okay, so Maida, do you want to do a quick scroll through so folks can take one last look at the couple changes that we added before a board motion? Okay.
Yeah, so the first one is including Indigenous knowledge. So with relevant knowledge, including Indigenous knowledge. And then the second one is including historical data and Indigenous knowledge, adding that to the evaluation criteria. So what we would like to do is move forward with those two changes specifically. And I think our recommendation, I just had a note from Eric, is that we're comfortable with this language, and we would ask you to approve it. Going back to DOJ would mean that we have to come back to you again. And so we think that this including Indigenous knowledge covers the two things that we were trying to do, that Jamie was trying to do without requiring that. So if board members are okay, we will just ask you specifically to approve this language. The other thing that I learned from a message that came from one of our YouTube fans, which by the way, you have a number of YouTube fans out there, is hand raising does not really work for them because they cannot see the hand raising for voting. And so what we're going to ask you to do, we do have the motions out there. What we'll ask you to do is to make the motion, second the motion, and then we will have the voting members take yourself off of mute. If you don't remember if you're a voting member, you are probably not a voting member. Take yourself off of mute, and then we will ask for ayes, and then we will ask for nays, and that way our friends on YouTube will be able to tell. Probably when we come back from break, we will quickly do that same thing for the minutes and the co-chairs, just so that we have that more formally on the record. So we would be looking for a motion to approve with amendments.
Jamie, do you have a question, or are you wanting to?
I'm happy to provide a motion if there's no other questions.
Please, yes.
I move that we approve the OWEB monitoring grant rulemaking, the revised, I should say, OWEB monitoring rulemaking with the two additions.
This is Brenda. I second.
Seconded by Brenda. Okay, is there any additional questions? Hearing none, we'll ask for a verbal affirmation of the motion.
Aye.
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 So a couple folks, Bruce is on mute. Barbara, I think, was on mute. Maybe we're okay now.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Bruce, if you can unmute yourself.
Aye.
Okay. All right. And then you can ask for opposed, Liza Jane.
Are there any opposed? My count was unanimous. Great, motion passes. Thank you. Thank you for the good discussion.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. So at this point in time, knowing that this is crazy to be sitting in front of your computer screen for the length of time that you are, if I'm looking at this correctly, we have a break for you all until 10 o'clock. So you can, again, leave your computer where it is. You can turn your video off if you would like. But we would just ask that we're going to give you 12 whole minutes, that you come back at 10 o'clock sharp, and we will get started with our next agenda item.
Good, thank you.
All right, so for those of you who are, not that you're going to hear me if you're not at your computer, but we are at 10 o'clock. I see some video screens turning back on. And I think, let's see, for the committee structure conversation, I think, Randy, you are the co-chair for this one.
Yeah, Randy Labby for the record. Item F in your tab is going to be handled by Eric. And just a comment, I really want to congratulate the staff and their handling of the board's guidance and wishes regarding committee restructuring. And I think it's, you've reached a really good result. So Eric, are you on? You're on mute, Maida.
Oh, all right. Thank you for that. Eric, you want me to start the PowerPoint?
Yes, please.
All right. Let me see if I get this right. And just a quick question. I need to know which, Eric, am I showing the right screen? Do you have the full screen PowerPoint?
It looks good to me. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So for the record, Eric Hartstein, and this is agenda item F, which is an informational item, which is providing an update on the final structure and membership for the new board committees. Next slide, please. Okay, so some quick background on how we got to this point. So at the July meeting in Klamath Falls, the board had a discussion around your positive and negative experiences with committees, both OWEB and other entities. And at the meeting, you also noted potential topics to bring into a revised OWEB board committee structure. At the October meeting in Condon, the board agreed to move forward with focused investments, land and water acquisitions, monitoring, and executive committees, but also wanted further discussion on topics related to climate change, water, strategic plan implementation, as well as diversity, equity, and inclusion. So in December, the board had separate phone discussions on these topics with the focus on why the issue is important to you, why it should be elevated to the board level, and a recommendation for the full board to consider in a final committee structure. And at the January meeting in Jacksonville, the board took into account all the information provided from those phone discussions and approved a committee structure with both standing and ad hoc committees. So next slide, please. And so here is that committee structure, which is also attachment A in the staff report. And the orangish boxes there are the standing committees, and they're the ones that just referenced: focus investments, monitoring, land and water acquisitions, and executive. And the green boxes are the ad hoc committees. And you see water, climate, strategic plan, and diversity, equity, and inclusion. And the staff report contains summaries of each of the committees. One thing I'd like to point out is that the reminder that the work of both the diversity, equity, and inclusion and strategic plan ad hoc committees is expected to be transferred to the board's executive committee within a short time frame, which is kind of depicted here by the green arrows, as well as kind of the full board ownership of these topics, which is the blue dotted arrow going up to the OWA board. So we'll return to that aspect of this here in just a second. So after the January board meeting in which you approved the structure of the committees, OWA staff requested board members to submit your top choices for committee membership. And if you are willing and able to serve on more than one committee, and if you are willing to chair a committee. So next slide, please. Thank you. So here we have the committee membership, and starting with the standing committees, we have focus investments with Tony chairing alongside members Bruce, Randy, Mark, and Gary. Next slide, please. So moving on to the Land and Water Acquisition Committee, we have Meg chairing with members Barbara, Randy, and Mark. Next slide, please. And the Monitoring Committee, chaired by Alan, alongside members Stephen, Molly, and Brenda. Next slide, please. So moving on to the ad hoc committees, and starting with climate, we have Bruce chairing alongside members Stephen, Alan, Paul, Brenda, Jamie, and Eric. And next slide, please. We have water with Jamie chairing alongside members Ron, Barbara, Molly, Gary, Eric, and Meg. I'd also like to point out that the executive committee, which is one of those standing committees, is comprised of the board co-chairs and the chair of each of the standing and ad hoc committees. So just to touch on a couple of other items here. First is around meeting schedules. So with standing committees, want to just test an assumption with the board, and that is that generally these committees will meet remotely between board meetings, either via teleconference or Zoom technology or some other types of technology. And the reason why is at least some of that content discussed at the committee meetings will be intended to inform the full board at the next board meeting. And then with ad hoc committees, also making an assumption that generally these meetings can be held in person once that is again feasible, and associated with the quarterly board meetings. And this is because we think that the content of these ad hoc committee meetings will not necessarily need to inform any of the full board discussion at that board meeting that coincides with the ad hoc committee meeting. So I'll stop there and see if there are any questions or comments on this approach.
So please raise your hand in the chat if you do have a question or a comment for Eric.
Don't see any.
Barbara.
Hi there. Yes, I do have a quick question. So Eric, did you say you were going to touch upon the diversity, equity, and inclusion moving up to the full board and the strategic plan moving up to the full board?
Yes, Barbara, for the record, Eric Hartstein, thank you. And that was my next point here.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay.
Doesn't look like it, Eric. Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, and thank you, Barbara, for the prompt. Getting back to that board committee structure, when staff polled the board for committee membership preferences, we didn't receive many responses from board members placing strategic plan implementation or diversity, equity, and inclusion in your top committee choices. And since the board had already acknowledged that the executive committee could take up the charge of both of the strategic plan as well as diversity, equity, and inclusion committees within a short time frame, one idea that staff have is to ask for board volunteers to meet in person at the next meeting where in person is a safe option in order to tackle two tasks that have been previously identified for these committees. So for diversity, equity, and inclusion, the board volunteers would help staff in organizing a focused training for board members. And for strategic plan implementation, volunteers would help staff develop a high-level template measuring how OEB's projects are advancing the strategic plan. And with that, then the work of the committees could be brought into the charge of the executive committee. So I'll stop and see if there are any questions, comments on this approach.
Not seeing any hands yet, Eric, but let's wait just a second to see if folks. All right, still not seeing any. So
this is Liza Jane. I'm trying to find my hand.
Oh, you actually, because you're a co-host, apparently you and I and Randy can't raise our hands. We just get to talk over other people. So Liza Jane.
Oh, okay. I just, thank you. I want to also add, I think, Eric, that we talked about the fact that those two committees, the diversion, inclusion, and strategic plan, we're also, because they're throughout all of our work, and we do on the executive committee have the chairs of each other committee involved, that it was a way to still keep that active and tied into all of our work as a committee. So because of the representation from the other committees with their chairs on the executive, that we were still keeping that work in front of us at all times. That's all.
Great. Thank you, Liza Jane. Good point.
All right. I'm not seeing any other hands raised.
Alan has a question.
Oh, there you go. And Debbie.
Can you hear me, Maida?
Yes.
If in fact a board member would like to participate in the committee that he or she wasn't assigned to, is that still a possibility?
That is a wonderful question, Alan. We like people who volunteer to serve on lots of committees. I don't think that, so what we tried to do working with the co-chairs when we set this up was to get a fairly even distribution across all the committees and to be cognizant of folks who either said they only wanted to serve on one or to go with folks' top two choices. I would suggest, Alan, if that's an interest that you have, to check in, you're more than welcome to check in with me or the co-chairs. I cannot imagine that we would not be excited to have additional participation if somebody's interested. The challenge, I will say, although I think we can figure it out, is just making sure that we get times that work for everybody. But yeah, please reach out to us if there's an additional committee you'd like to serve on. I think we can definitely make that work.
Very good, thanks.
Randy, can you see the names or shall I call them?
I see the names, but I don't see that, I don't have the raised hands.
Debbie has her hand raised.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Debbie.
Okay, thanks. So I am likely going to show my inability to respond to Eric's emails and phone calls because I see that my name's not on any of those committees. So my question is similar to Alan's in the question of how do I get on a committee since I failed to do so at this point.
We will gladly work with you, Debbie, to add you to committees.
And I noticed that I'm not the only one, but I'm not going to call out the other name.
We also had individuals who may have chosen not to participate on a committee as well. Well, I don't know.
Your absence was glaring, Debbie.
Yes. We were going to put it alphabetical so that specifically people could see that. Tony has his hand up.
Tony?
Thanks. I just want to circle back to Liza Jane's comment. If we have pretty much every board member serving on a committee somewhere, we can, I assume the intent is to raise diversity, inclusion, or strategic plan elements through those any subcommittee that you happen to be on and move that up to the executive board. Is that correct? I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's what I intended to say.
Thank you.
Okay. Meta, are there any other questions you can see? I can't see them on my board.
I do not see additional questions.
Any comments? Okay, well, thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eric, and everyone for your willingness to serve on those committees. Next item is item G on our agenda, the director's updates.
All right, so I have one to start with that is not on the agenda. And actually I would ask, one thing that I forgot to do, I said we would when we came back, is we do need to take an audio vote on both the minutes and the co-chair election. So if it's all right, I think going back to Randy, if Randy on those two items, you could ask the voting members to unmute themselves and then vote their ayes and nays verbally.
Okay, thank you. Randy Labby for the record. Let's revert to item B, co-chair election, which we've already held, but we want to do it verbally. So the motion was made and seconded to elect Liza Jane McAllister as co-chair. And I'd like to have people that can vote reiterate that by signifying by raising their hand.
Oh, no, they need to say aye.
Yes, and say aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody, that's sufficient, but are there anybody that hasn't weighed in?
I think it looks to me like we had everybody, but you might ask if there are any opposed and then we'll know.
Yes. Any opposition? Any opposed to this motion? Thank you. So that is unanimous, and we'll move on to item C. I'm sorry. Item D, the monitoring and.
Oh, we did that, Randy. It's just the minutes is the only other one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh,
that's A.
Item A. All those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
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 Anybody missing? Anybody opposed to the approval of the minutes? Okay, thank you.
All right. So we will now move on to a set of directors updates. One of the things I think Onyema is still with us, and Onyema, if you are, I might have you turn your video on. One of the things I wanted to do today is introduce you to our new business operations manager. If you scroll through all of your pictures on your Brady Bunch screen that you have in front of you, you'll find Onyema. He joined us last Monday as our new business operations manager. We are very excited to have him joining us, and he'll be working closely with Cindy, who some of you know, who has been our fiscal manager nearly since our inception. And so we're excited to have Onyema and his background and Cindy to keep working with him as he transitions into this role. Particularly when we start talking with you later about things like the budget, he is going to be playing a very important role for us in helping to make sure that we know what our budget numbers are. So Onyema, congratulations again, and thank you for joining us. And we will move now to a set of updates, and the first two, I think for both water and climate, we do not have a PowerPoint presentation. So if you, in your board books, we have updates on each of those items, and we'll just be walking through them generally to provide you an update. With that in mind, I'm going to start with the water section. And I'll talk a little bit with you all about that, and then we'll move Renee over to talk about the climate piece. So just as a reminder for the board, with the, excuse me, I apologize, I'm opening up my ebook really quick. So apologies, I want to make sure that I've got this up and in front of me. All right. So over the course of the fall, as we let you know in January, we held a series of conversations around the state about the governor's 100-year water vision. We have presented that to you in the past, so you have an update around what we did. We held 8 community water conversations. We had over 400 participants. Bryn Hudson is on the phone helping us technically today. She was a critical support for this work and really helped us get the outreach done that we needed to do. I'll also announce that Bryn she has been a temp with us. She is leaving us. Meg, she's going to be joining you over at the Water Resources Department as a full-time employee over there. So we are really going to miss Bryn on our end, but are very excited she will just be across the courtyard so we can pick on her for additional water vision needs. So in addition to the community conversations, we held a technical workshop. Oregon Consensus did a set of 80 interviews, and then you'll see additional meetings that were held with many groups throughout the process. We had then placed an ask into the 2020 legislative session. The ask was for 3 components. One was staff to support continued implementation of the water vision process. That was going to be staff at OWEB. The second was contract funds to support the development of a business case so that we could better explain to Oregonians the economic need to have water infrastructure, both natural and built. And then the third was contract funds to support a data integration framework. So we were talking about data earlier. And the goal of this was to take the data that was housed in a lot of different agencies and information, put it into one system, not one database, but to integrate it in a way that the public could go in, find the information for their communities in a readily, easily available way. So those were 3 asks. They were around $800,000. So we thought a very reasonable ask at the point in time that the state was facing $1 billion surplus. We felt like we were in a pretty good position. It's a priority for the governor, and she noted that during the session. The other thing that she also noted during the session that is very important is without that funding, we and the other agencies do not have the staff capacity to move forward the strategy in the way we intended. And so just a highlight on what we had intended for phase 2 was going to be a fairly large Water Future Advisory Council, coordination with the 9 federally recognized tribes, coordination with a number of stakeholder groups in environmental justice, conservation, natural resources, and municipalities and others. So a fairly big process that would be taking place starting after session and running throughout the course of the summer and fall. Actually, not wrapping up until after the July 2021 session. So a very big process, a very public process. We were very excited to move that forward along with the data and the business case. As you all may remember, although it feels like 10 years ago now, the legislature did end without passing any funding. And so the $800,000 ask that we had was not approved during the legislative session. And again, harking back to what the governor had stated and had sent out in a letter to the legislature, without that funding in place, we just simply do not have the capacity to move forward at the level and scale that we had proposed. What we did note is that there are a couple of areas that the agencies can move forward without external funding. And that is one around integrating data. So that conversation around how do we make sure that the data amongst the agencies, we know where it is, and we can just start to have the conversation about in the future, what might it look like in a more integrated fashion. And then the second piece was coordination around funding. So we have Business Oregon and USDA's rural development that are very well coordinated when they go out to talk to communities about infrastructure. But for example, OWEB is not at that same table. So if we're talking about wastewater wetlands, we are one of the funders. We're not necessarily in those one-stop shop conversations. So how do we as funders really get more coordinated around our funding opportunities and bringing in OWEB? OWEB for a lot of folks is a non-traditional funder. In other cases, we're a very traditional funder, and Business Oregon might be the non-traditional funder. So how do we better integrate? Those 2 things we intend to continue working on. But the large scale public outreach and the next phase is not something that we will be moving forward at this time, nor will we be moving forward with the business case. Subsequent to that, about 8 years or a month ago, we then moved into the space that we're in with COVID, and the ability to even convene a Water Future Advisory Council would have been really impossible even if we had had the funding available. One of the things, we have had conversations with the governor's office. One of the things I really appreciate about their response to us is we are in emergency right now and our priorities are still the same. So we need to address the emergency, we need to move forward, but water and climate and fire remain as top priorities for this governor. And so we are continuing to work on ways to make sure that those things are integrated with each other. Renee is going to be talking shortly about climate. As you all know, there's a strong integration between climate and water And we will be continuing those conversations. We're excited that we have a standing committee for water and for climate. So we will be working with you within the constraints of the budget that we have at this point in time to really identify what are some of the things we can do within our individual agencies and in coordination with other agencies in our current budget position. So I'm going to stop there and see what questions you might have around either where we're at this point in time, or any thoughts. So go ahead and raise your hand if you have thoughts or questions. Or if you have $800,000. I just saw Randy's hand raised. I think that meant that Randy had $800,000.
Well, barely. Maida, I'm just curious, as part of the process that you got through on this, did you have a chance to examine if any other states have gone through this process and can offer any models?
We did an initial analysis, but Randy, so I'll start with, that was actually part of our hope with the Water Future Advisory Council, was to keep on our contracted folks like Willamette Partnership and others, and staff at our agency to go and start in-depth researching other states and provinces and other countries who are undertaking this kind of work. There was an initial kind of high-level analysis that was done about a year ago now by our friends at Willamette Partnership. What they found generally is there are states who are doing source water programs and areas. So like Salt Lake City, for example, does an amazing job of protecting their source water watershed with fire and fuels treatments. There are states like California who have instituted local surface and groundwater authorities to think about how money gets invested locally. There are states like, I think Tennessee and Kentucky and some others who have done an amazing job about getting their data more organized. What we did not find in that initial analysis was one place who was trying to do all of the things we're trying to do and at the level and scale that we're trying to do them. So for example, California has the Regional Water Authority, but their funding operates a little differently, I think, than conversations we would probably proceed into. Washington has a new basin structure that each basin is funded by the legislature. So I think what we have are a lot of really amazing examples that we can learn from. And our hope is Oregon is definitely not in the lead on this, that we could learn a lot from other states, but go bigger and bolder than what other states have done. So that's somewhat on pause, the big bold approach, but I also think that we're finding during this COVID crisis that access to clean water is absolutely critical for every community in the state. And so we also want to make sure that we don't let this concept drop, because it's going to become more and more critical.
Thanks.
I see a question from Alan.
Maida, both the water vision and climate work went unfunded in this legislative session, and we were really banking, no pun intended, on getting additional resources so that we could in fact have staff to carry out what's needed within both of those programs. But without the funding, we still have things we have to meet. I mean, we just talked about those for the water vision, and I'm sure as we get into climate, we're going to be looking at things that we have to do under Executive Order 20-04. How, and maybe this isn't the right time, but how are we going to divvy that work up when in fact, from one perspective, one might say staff are fully loaded as it is? Are we looking at trading out something or just cramming more work onto folks' desks to meet what's going to be required?
Alan, thank you for the question. The staff have been having, particularly Renee and I, with Renee as the lead on climate and me leading on the water side, a I would call it a reality check. I think we need to very much, as we're looking forward, temper expectations. So we have a water core team that is a multi-agency team of deputy directors that meets every other week. They have been doing that without additional funding. We had some facilitation funding that we will likely not have in the future, but they've been meeting those. That is an existing resource. So when we talk about continuing to have the conversation around coordinated funding and around coordinated data, we have a team of folks who's already there. Where we would temper expectations is we do not have the ability to go out and get a contract to actually design what a data information integration system would look like. But we certainly can have the conversation so that when that point happens, when we have funding again, when we're past this crisis, the agencies are prepared to really be able to hand off to some IT consultants the things that we need to work on and focus on. The same thing would go for the funding around the water vision itself. So we had high intentions of really having a big conversation about how do we go big to invest in water. This just isn't the time, regardless of our staffing resources, this is not the time to be having a conversation about a huge new investment, unless it's federal dollars, in things like water infrastructure. But we do have the staff resources to make sure that we're more coordinated around our funding. So I think, Alan, our challenge is just making sure, and I think we'll need your help on both the climate and the water committees to help us do the things that are appropriate, but also temper expectations about we are going to have to do that with existing staff. And so I think we've got a good team with our co-chair or with our committees that you guys can help us and guide us, and we can provide some of the caveats that we have, but it is going to look very different than we had hoped to with funding. Jamie has her hand up.
Yeah, thanks. As a follow-up to that, and the question was very well taken, and the limited resources in terms of staffing is a point very well taken. And you touched on this right at the end of your comments, Maida, about the state not necessarily having some of those resources, at least now with where we're at. The federal government, though, there's been conversation for several years now about making larger investments in infrastructure. So, I mean, the fact of the reality is we're all going to have to get through this time of COVID-19, and we know there's a huge impact on our economy, and so there's going to be some adjustments we'll have to make, not just at the state level, but at the federal level. But as part of the overall agenda, what I would imagine we could all anticipate to a certain degree is that at the federal level, there is interest, a bipartisan interest in an investment in infrastructure projects, and some of this more of the builds, and whether it's the formal builds or as what we talked before, almost the stage zero, so trying to invest in our infrastructure. So I'm just wondering if, as part of the low level, having to step back into a low level involvement of staff, given resources, if there's still the potential for planning and maybe even discussions with some of our congressional representatives to still try to set the stage for, if that potential comes up, we're able to jump on it and take advantage of it right away, instead of doing some of the planning now to prepare for that as a possibility.
Yeah, so Jamie, thanks for the question, and I'll speak to a couple of components of that. One, there's a set of levels. One is if there's just a stimulus package that says we're going to do built natural infrastructure on the ground projects. There has been a strong push to include restoration and natural infrastructure in that conversation in a way that it wasn't in 2008. We have asked staff to start putting together a list of projects either that are already funded by OWEB but haven't started yet, are in the application process, or maybe were not recommended because they don't have a high conservation value, but they have a high infrastructure value. I think we're up to Brenna's been working on this for us, nearly 60 projects that could potentially fit. The challenge, of course, is knowing what Congress is actually going to do and what that would look like. So that's one piece. The other piece is we've started some conversations with some of our partners who have extensive lobbying back in DC about some of the criteria that we, OWEB, would think would be important. One of those things is really stepping back on state match. States are not going to have match to contribute to these infrastructure projects or other projects. 2 is to maybe step backwards. All of the projects in 2008 had to be shovel ready, but that leaves behind rural communities, tribal communities, others. So funding technical design, funding capacity in communities to actually do this work. It's a long lift. This is not a quick lift. And so funding design and things like that would be helpful. Taking a look at using existing programs. We already know how those programs operate. And then making sure that we are using existing state entities as well, so that we can move that money out the door as quickly as possible. So there are some initial conversations that are happening. We hope more to come, and our other surrounding states are very interested as well.
Thank you so much. And I remember back in 2008, that shovel ready language was so key. So I'm glad you guys, it doesn't surprise me at all. You've already thought about this. You've already queued this up, but also that criteria issue, I think, is going to be a big thing. And I'm sure we would get support from our congressional representatives if we could put that bug in their ear.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for raising that, Jenny.
Thank you.
I don't see other questions. And so in interest of time, I'd turn it over to Renee to talk about climate.
All right, are you able to hear me this time? Okay, perfect. So I'll walk you through Director Update G2. It's titled Legislative Update, but Eric Hartstein and I consulted, and there isn't much to report from the 2020 legislative session, as Maida noted. So we'll just skip right to the governor's executive order on climate. So if you take a look at the director's update, shortly after the legislative session ended, Governor Brown did release an executive order specifically focused on how we can utilize our existing authorities within the state to reduce and regulate greenhouse gases. Also looking at some of those more creative ways and ways that have a strong connection to OWEB's programs of using some tactics to sequester carbon and to help mitigate carbon impacts, including carbon impact or climate impacts on impacted communities and communities that have some, kind of chronic challenges in terms of whether it's economic challenges, some rural communities, communities of diversity. So we are specifically named in multiple sections of the executive order, along with a host of other agencies. If you take a look at the bulleted list, it specifically calls out the sections where OWEB is named, and I'll talk a little bit more in detail about that based on recent conversations we've had with the governor's staff at the Carbon Policy Office. If you want to see the full executive order, we did include it as attachment A to the director's update. So where OWEB is named, so section 3D, we along with, I think it's 9 or 10 other agencies, are required by mid-May to submit a report specifically outlining how we can, as an agency, utilize our existing statutory authorities to reduce emissions, and I think more importantly for us to mitigate some of those climate change impacts. So we'll talk a little bit more about those recent conversations with Carbon Policy Office and how we're thinking about framing up that report. Section 3E names OWEB as one of several agencies that will participate in an interagency work group focused on climate impacts to impacted communities. That work group will be convened by staff in the governor's office. Amira Streeter, for some of you who may know her, she's a staff person in the governor's natural resources office, will be convening that. We still have a lot to learn about what exactly that work group will entail in terms of the details of the work, but we do know that it has an environmental justice and a DEI focus, but more to come on that. And then section 12A of the executive order names that the Global Warming Commission, as the lead, will coordinate with 3 agencies, OWEB, Department of Agriculture, and Department of Forestry, to develop a proposal for how the state might set goals associated with carbon sequestration potential on natural and working land. So essentially forested landscapes, agricultural landscapes, wetlands, other conservation lands. And that proposal is due by the end of the biennium, June 30th of 21. So we did have, Maida and I had an opportunity last week to meet with Kristen Sheeran, who is the director in the governor's carbon policy office, to really dig into more about what the expectations are overall with the executive order, and then more in terms of some of those near-term expectations around the May report. So a few key points I would flag from that. One is that, we talked about our framing of this work overall as we as an agency were really formed to achieve many of the mitigation and also adaptation benefits that can emerge from these types of actions on the ground. The governor's office staff definitely recognize this, the great dovetailing and nexus with the grant making that you do at every board meeting, and really she was quite thrilled to hear about the fact that we are forming a climate committee at the board level to really dig into what are some of those ways that we might differently share information with our grantees about kind of biggest bang for the buck with sequestration potential or adaptation potential. How might we feed some of those information needs back up to researchers, for example, that our local partners are struggling with as they're making decisions around project planning and how to focus their restoration and conservation actions. Also, the potential for us to maybe put some tools in place that would help give some estimates or rough quantification of the types of sequestration benefits that are already emerging from the projects that you're funding on a regular basis. So a lot of complementarity there, including the content that we'll put into the report that's due next month. There is also a strong emphasis on stakeholder engagement throughout the executive order, and as the agencies embark on this work. We did talk a lot with the governor's office staff about how, this is how OWEB does its business. We have a lot of listening sessions. We engage heartily with stakeholders. And so I think that we'll be able to build upon many of the structures that we have in place already as we do our business, things like strategic planning, in the past long-term investment strategy development, to really have that same level of stakeholder engagement. Which will be particularly important as we look to that section 12A around the Global Warming Commission work. Really understanding what landowners need on the ground to engage in opportunities to increase sequestration on forested landscapes, agricultural landscapes, conservation landscapes is going to be critical as a proposal is developed by the governor's Global Warming or by the Oregon Global Warming Commission to advance that work. I would say that Maida mentioned this strong messaging from the governor's office around climate, water, and fire being incredibly high priority still for the governor, despite some of the economic challenges that we're facing as a state, and to really build in some of the great work that OWEB already has been doing in partnership with other agencies and local partners on the water vision work, but going ahead and building that into the report that we'll submit to the governor mid next month, and to the degree that we're able to pick up that work after we emerge from this period of COVID, then it really fits well with what the governor's intention is around those three integrated natural resources priorities. And then we are reaching out in particular on the Global Warming Commission piece to coordinate closely with ODA and ODF. Those our three agencies really will be working in lockstep with the Global Warming Commission on the scoping for a goal setting proposal that will be submitted to the governor. So understanding, what work we maybe already have done as part of the past climate and carbon conversations, but also where we might need some additional resources, knowing those will be constrained, but helping, I think, to set realistic expectations as we are doing that work with the Global Warming Commission about what we, in fact, can deliver on by the end of the biennium and where we might need a little bit of extra time to do that work well and appropriately, especially given the stakeholder engagement pieces. So I think I'll stop there. Maida, anything to add from the Carbon Policy Office conversation before we open it up for questions?
No.
All right, so questions from board members. I see Alan's hand and Paul's. Go ahead, Alan.
Renee, you described what is applicable to OWEB in the executive order. Was there any discussion about 3C in OWEB's role in addressing 3C?
Let me go to 3C. Yeah, so 3C, for those of you who flip to the attachment, agency decision making. So agencies shall consider and integrate climate change impacts, and the state's greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals into planning, budgets, investments, and policymaking decisions. So that certainly is where, in our minds, the new climate committee is key. You know, we had ideas. Certainly when the scoping was underway for that committee's work, without question in my mind, this section 3C will be well integrated into those committee conversations around climate, so that we are thinking about, you know, going back to Brenda's point during the monitoring administrative rule discussions, should we be building in something about, can we achieve those expected conditions given some of the climate change projections, really digging into how we can incorporate these considerations in planning, in budgeting, in the grant investments that you're making. So in our minds, that is where the climate committee is going to be critical to connecting to this part of the executive order. And we'll state as much in the report that we're submitting next month.
Great, thanks.
Mm-hmm. So Paul, and then I think maybe Liza Jane raised her hand.
And Brenda.
And Brenda.
Yes, thank you. Actually, your Alan's question, your response to it answered most of my questions. I guess one other thing I'll ask in addition to that is, do you see any different role for the non-voting members like myself in that context? You know, it seems like a broader role than what traditionally the committees and the non-voting folks have played. And so is it still in your guys' vision, would it be along the lines of just continue to provide some technical maybe input, as well as representing kind of the views or transmitting at least some of the views of our agencies or other background?
So if memory holds, Paul, you're on the climate committee, correct?
That's right. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. Yep. So without a doubt, and I can use NRCS as an example from some of the previous carbon policy conversations at the legislature. NRCS was a really critical partner as we were thinking through what are some of those strategies to really enhance carbon sequestration on ag lands. So I would expect that we'll continue to still tap into our federal agency partners' expertise on that front. But as you said, I think it can go well beyond that. There are federal programs in place. There are some tools that have been developed by agencies like Environmental Protection Agency that we're looking at in terms of some of the goal setting work. So I think that the conversations, certainly not only in our board's climate committee, can more fully pull in federal agency partners, but I think too, given the Global Warming Commission's work that's outlined in the Section 12, I think there's going to be a really critical role for federal agencies to be in part of those conversations on the technical side, but also I think on the incentive side and kind of the program complementarity side. We're not going to be able to support this alone as a state. We're not going to have the resources. How can we come together and figure out how we expand that sequestration potential across natural and working lands? And it's going to take a lot of resources to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, so Liza Jane and then Brenda.
Go ahead, Brenda, I'll wait.
Thank you. Yeah, just a quick comment on the item 12A, the sequestration piece. There have been a lot of discussions in the Board of Forestry meetings about this. And one thing that became apparent is that the gross accounting of carbon sequestration is not the same as the net carbon sequestration. In other words, the carbon emissions due to transportation and processing are allocated to the transportation sector of carbon accounting and not to the sequestration part. So, to really understand how much carbon is being sequestered, for instance, in the forest sector, we only have an estimate of the gross carbon sequestered. We don't understand or have a good estimate of the net carbon that's sequestered. And I expect it's probably the same in agricultural working lands and maybe even some of the restoration projects that you might have.
Yeah, Brenda, I think that is true what you mentioned about the similar situation with both ag and conservation lands, and that is where we've already started some early conversations with leadership at the Global Warming Commission. We are going to need some technical horsepower to work through those realities and nuances that have to be considered as we're thinking about what would a proposal for goal setting look like. And already staff of the Carbon Policy Office have pointed to the fact that Department of Forestry has really dug into this more than we have with the other land sectors. So figuring out how we can learn from that, but also being very clear on some of those gaps, information gaps or resource needs to do that fully accurate accounting is going to be key.
Thank you, Renee.
Yep, thanks. Gary and then Liza Jane.
Oh, there.
And I think
okay.
you're, oh, there you are.
Okay. All right. I just want to make a support that last comment that that the net carbon sequestration or management is what is really important in this, and over all these different sectors and pieces, that I think that we have to really look closely at the amount of carbon that's expended to create this this gross carbon sequestration. So I just wanted to support that last comment.
Thanks, Gary. Liza Jane.
Yes, thank you. Renee, is it appropriate, or do you share those reports with the board? Because the report that OWEB is going to make is in May and we don't meet till June. Do we see those in the past, or is this something that would be appropriate?
So this is brand new territory. Typically when we have a report due to the governor's office or the legislature, it's something like the biennial report associated with the Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds. So the executive committee vets the board recommendations, and that you'll see it as part of the January board meeting materials. This is different. So we are starting to draft a report. The governor's staff and the Carbon Policy Office have been clear that, and yes, we will share that with you. This is really the first indication, though, that agencies are being asked to give in a relatively short amount of time about what some of those potential opportunities are. It will then set the stage for much more detailed conversations with the governor's office, including looking towards the next biennium and our agency request budget. So in my mind, and Maida can chime in, I think there will be lots of opportunity for incremental conversations where we can pull in board feedback, the work of the committee as we're continuing those discussions with the governor's office about, kind of looking under the hood of what we've put into the report. What does it mean by way of kind of priority actions that they would like to see us undertake, and what some of those resource needs into the future would be that we'll definitely be discussing with you all.
Yeah, I agree.
Maida, anything else?
I think,
Yeah.
Liza Jane, what I would call this is our report of what we plan to do, not our report of putting together any technical data. So it's saying things like we will have a committee. So yes, Renee's right. We will absolutely, you all on the committee will be very involved as we move forward. And I'm just checking, we're doing a quick time check here. I think if there aren't any other questions, we may need to move on to the next updates. So just last check if there are any other questions. All right.
Okay, thanks everyone.
Thank you.
So we have one item that's just a quick update for you all that we don't have a written update for, and that is, as you know, we are under a Measure 76 performance audit for the Secretary of State's office. This is all of the agencies who receive lottery funds through what was called Ballot Measure 76. So 6 agencies in total: us, Parks, Agriculture, State Police, Fish and Wildlife, and Environmental Quality. They're evaluating all of their programs that are funded with Measure 76 lottery funding to make sure that our funding meets the constitutional requirements that were established for that program. I do not have a written update because we do not have a written update. They are in the middle of that process, have been having some great conversations with staff and going through our granting processes, going through how we manage our finances, making sure that the 65% that comes to us for grants is spent that way. So, so no update yet. We may have an update for you at the June board meeting. Definitely should have an update for you in July, but just to let you know that is continuing. Our next, and I should stop, we have a strategic plan update and an agricultural heritage program update. Both of those we were not going to provide verbally today, but I will pause and see if you have any questions about either the Agriculture Heritage Program or the Measure 76 before we jump into the budget conversation. Or I'm sorry, Strategic Plan or Agriculture Heritage Program. All right, seeing no questions, I'm going to once again attempt to share my screen, and I will ask Renee, are you seeing the full screen presentation? Okay, so I'm going to walk through mostly what, there is no decision today. I am going to walk through mostly what you have heard from me already, with just a couple of additional details in preparation for our conversation at the June board meeting. So let's see, as a reminder, and why, for many reasons, the stay-at-home order from the governor has an impact on our agency and our granting, including people not being able to get out and do the work that they need to do. Specifically to the lottery funding that we receive, when the stay-at-home order moved forward with essential services only, bars and restaurants were closed, but for takeout and delivery, video lottery at the same point in time was powered down. So again, that's information you all already have, just as a reminder. And as an additional reminder, and again, setting you up for your June conversation, revenues early in the biennium did exceed our expectations. So we received more than we expected we would in the first 3 quarters of the biennium. We also fund a higher percentage of our grants in the first half of the biennium. Things like our capacity grants, our 2-year grants, they are funded fully on the front end of the biennium. So at the point in time that we put the pause on all grants, we were fairly even. And I'm going to put a little caveat here, fairly even between the grant revenues and the grants awarded. I'll talk a little bit more about what that number actually is, but we were at a place in time where if we put a pause on granting, we had enough money in our quote unquote checking account to cover the grants that had been awarded to date. So the fiscal impacts of the stay-at-home order are uncertain. I keep getting the question asked, like, how much impact is this going to have? All I can tell you right now is that public estimates are that it's about a $20 million a week revenue hit. If you back that down to what it means for our granting program, that's a little under $1 million a week of the lottery being closed. That's the impact to the grant program. And at this point in time, we only know what we know, right? So we know that lottery has been shut down since mid-March. We don't know when it's going to open again. And so all we can do is backcast to what that impact is. And then as the governor and the lottery department make determinations about what happens next, we're always looking backwards. There will be revenue projections with the May revenue forecast. Those protections will probably take into consideration things like, do we have a double hit with this virus? You know, what might it look like again next winter? And so we really don't know. Everybody is operating with the same unknowns, but we will have a distribution in May. And that matters because that distribution accounts for the revenues that were received in January, February, and March. So 2 weeks of that distribution that we receive in May will be when the lottery was shut down. And so we'll start to see what the actual impact is and get a little bit more certainty. As you know, we've, as we talked about this morning during public comment, we have put a pause on awarding new grants pending new information that will come to us in May. So a few next steps, and then I'll talk about some of the decisions that are going to be before you. And again, today is not a decision space, but I will open it up for questions once I walk through this. The pause that we placed on financial awards and budget decisions for all grant types as of close of business April 3rd actually does leave us with $15 million in hand. And that's because some of those things were areas that you awarded, but the funds had not been delegated into grant agreements yet. So that includes a lot of categories. Actually, many of our granting categories, focus investments, small grants, and others are awarded but not yet spent, in addition to some limited funds that we had on hand. What we have no idea about is what the revenue is going to look like going forward. So that's part of the conversation we're going to be having with you in June is how you, the different ways we can all take a look at what projections would be going forward and how you decide to spend based on that. Holding 2 board meetings, that was the next decision. One, a non-financial decisions, that's today's meeting. Thank you all for joining us. And then our June meeting will be financial decisions. We do not have the final date yet. Thank you to all of you who have responded. April is working to get that final date set. We should have that out to everybody shortly. Continuing, the third piece was that we will, as we talked about with Jamie's question this morning, continue to make payments on all open grants. We commit to that for the remainder of the biennium, that we do have the funds in hand to do that. And currently staff are current on all of the payments with grantees, and that's within about a week. We're able to, with the distancing orders, get all of any payments that come in processed at least once a week. And the last is accepting applications for the spring 2020 grant offering. As I mentioned when I talked to you on the phone, we strongly believe it is important to continue accepting grants even during this pause, because it is hard to stop the grant making machine and then try to restart it. So if we continue to accept grants, then we can do review team processes. We can get things all ready to go so that as the board is able to make funding decisions, those grants are available for those funding decisions to be made. Based on, and actually the conversation first came up from Bruce Buckmaster, but it was raised by grantees as we got on phone calls a couple of weeks ago. The question became, could we move back the grant deadline for 2 reasons. We had already moved it back, given that people are working from home and it's just harder to get grants in. So we had moved it back 2 weeks already. We moved this date now all the way out from May 11th to July 27th. And the reason for that is folks need time to react to what you do with funding, your funding decisions in June. So this gives them time to understand the funding decisions, maybe understand a little bit better the lay of the land, and then they can make their decisions about granting. So we have moved that date out. And that is typically a staff decision, that grant deadline out to July 27th. So it seems like what you will be deciding in June is easy, in that you're just deciding, not easy as in a happy decision, but easy in that you're just deciding how many grants from this April grant cycle do we fund. But it is really not, it is definitely not an easy conversation. You and we have 17 or so different grant types that we fund. Any decision that we make around one of those grant types impacts another grant type. And so just on the open solicitation side, We will be talking about the applications that were submitted in October and which of those you want to fund. And we will also be talking broadly about scheduling future offerings for those open solicitation grant types. And we will be running a number of scenarios amongst the staff so that we can bring you the best possible decisions based on the information that we have at hand. The director delegated awards vary a lot, and each of those may need a very different decision from you all. We have a weed grant program that has an offering once a year. We have conservation reserve enhancement payments that are made to landowners on a regular basis. We have small grants, we have focused investments, we have strategic implementation areas. Again, decisions you make around open solicitations impact each of those other areas. And so our plan is to bring back to you really playing that balancing act to see where we can be in the best position possible. What we have noticed as we've been having these conversations is as soon as you pull one piece of the string, you start to unravel other pieces of the string. And so we really, of the sweater, we really do want to be very cautious. That's part of the reason, one, we are working on alternatives already, but two, we really can't frame up those alternatives appropriately until we see how much money we receive in May and what the revenue forecasts are. So our intent is to bring you a fairly comprehensive approach. It will feel, for those of you who've been around, it'll feel like our April, every biennium cycles where we're walking through a lot of grant types with you and talking about the implications. And our hope is to have that information available to you after the May forecast and enough in advance that you'll be able to receive public comments from grantees and others about the recommendations that we're placing before you. So I'm going to pause there and see if there are questions. I see Mark Labhart has a question. So Mark, we'll start with you and then go from there.
Okay, thanks, Maida. I really appreciate this background information because I'm sure folks that are watching this on YouTube and any other sources out there, there's a lot of anxious folks out there wondering, what does this mean to me? What does it mean to our group? And of course, we don't have all the answers, but you, and I mentioned this to you once before, I think you and staff have developed a series of questions and answers that are more detailed than this summary that you gave out here. You might just summarize that and let people know where they can get to those questions, because I think that would answer a lot of questions that are more in the weeds than this for folks that say, well, what does this mean to me if I have a focused investment or I want to do an acquisition grant or whatever it is, where they can find that information, because I think giving people factual information helps relieve some of that anxiety, even though clearly we don't have all the answers now, and we may not have all the answers for a while, but it sure helps to have as much information out there as you know, and the best. It gives credibility to our organization, and it gives credibility to those folks that are making those tough decisions.
Thank you for that, Mark. So I will mention, if you go to, if you even just do a Google search of Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, you'll get to our main page very quickly. And right on the front there is what Mark's referencing. Right at the top is a link to the frequently asked questions on our website. Those are being updated daily. At this point in time, Courtney Schaff in our office and Gretchen Kirchner have been doing a great job of making sure those are updated. There are not a huge number of additional questions that are coming in, but as questions come in, we get them answered as quickly as we can. So again, if you go to Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, our main page, the frequently asked questions are right there at the top of the page. Thanks for that, Mark.
Thanks.
I see Gary Marshall with his hand up.
Okay, Maida, I just have a couple questions here, but so in May, we're going to receive a number, or at least a percentage, I would imagine, of what we've already placed in our budget as what we were going to be able to award. So is there any way of knowing earlier than the June meeting what that number percentage, I mean, by board members, what that number or the percentage of our budget figure might be. And I would imagine that one of the things we need to do at the board meeting would be to decide on how to allocate that percentage or total number, and also after we decided that, to award those funds. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yeah, so Gary, as soon as we know both the distribution and the May revenue forecast, the revenue forecast is very publicly available. It gets pretty good press coverage. We will provide the revenue forecast to you all and can absolutely provide what we received in terms of the May distribution. And we can make that piece publicly available as well. We hope to fairly quickly after that May 20th date, then again, have that suite of options that you talked about, Gary, out to you all and out to the public. So you can look and see both what we're recommending and also the data that we took into consideration in making those recommendations and the assumptions that we built in. So we do hope to have that out as quickly as we can do the analysis, so that you all can see it ahead of time and that grantees can see what we're recommending. We're in this tough spot where you're exactly right. We have to make funding. We really, for our grantees' sake, we need to make recommendations around both open solicitation and the director delegated awards quickly. And so it does put us in an interesting spot of trying to do that analysis and get that information out to you all as quickly as possible so grantees can understand what we're proposing. Does that help, Gary?
Yes, thanks, Maida.
Okay, I see a question from Jamie.
Yeah, thanks. And this is tied in to some of the other questions that have been asked, but one of the big challenges that I think we're all facing in responding to COVID-19 is obviously, in addition to the health concerns, it is the impact it's going to have on our infrastructure, on our expertise infrastructure, on our economic infrastructure. And you know, post I loved what you said before about like 8 years ago or 2 months ago, the equivalent of, it was an entirely different world then, but I'm wondering if there's opportunities for our partners to comment and share comments with staff that I would love to hear about at our next meeting on any insights that we may be missing by just kind of sticking with our traditional approach of just looking at the applications that have come in, but any information that we can get that can help shape our thinking about some of the potential impacts on some of that infrastructure, be it organizational infrastructure, expertise infrastructure, some of the other things that may be impacted by shortfalls in funding, or things that are shortfalls coming up from other resources that organizations may be getting, we're getting post COVID-19. I just want to, it's really hard because I don't have a precise question on this, but it's almost like, what are we missing, or what kind of impacts are our great partners experiencing that we maybe need to think about in terms of resourcing just as for a recovery period?
Yeah, I think, Jamie, I know because Courtney has received emails that our state conservation partnership partners from the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils, Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts, and the Association of Conservation Districts are listening in. And so what we will do is maybe coordinate that with them so that we can have concise responses coming back. They can coordinate with their members and bring that. And what I'm hearing from you is what are impacts in terms of their local capacity, their ability to do their work that we may not be thinking of. I also think of the thing that came up earlier, what are the impacts in terms of match? What are the impacts in terms of just their ability to do what they need to do? And I think, Jamie, I think it's a great question. One, you're going to be in an incredibly challenging budget situation. And two, the piece that you raised earlier about getting the feds engaged in a very different way moving forward, I think that feedback really helps us to be able to relay back to our congressional delegation and others those impacts and ways that future stimulus packages may also be able to help that. So I think it's good information for you and others. So we will definitely work with the partnership to see if we can get that in an organized fashion for you.
Thank you. But also just going back to the reference to the feds is we've started talking more about like stage zero as part of our design work and trying to incorporate that thinking at the federal level. I think will be really great potential to maybe open up some additional resources.
Great, thank you. Molly.
Hi, Amita. One of the questions that I kind of have is the impacts of what we're going through right now, especially on the economy, are likely to be long lasting, and how that does and doesn't sync up with a biennium budget adjustment. And if there is conversations about what this means given how Oregon does its budgets, and if there's opportunities to try to address more longer term projections than what a 2-year cycle allows.
Yeah, I think I don't know, Molly, what questions or what conversations are coming up outside within the Department of Administrative Services and other areas. What I will speak to is just OWEB and the fact that we are a little bit lucky in that the grants that we're providing have a 6-year lifespan. So when we provide a grant out to a grantee, they have beyond the biennium in order to spend those funds. And I think that is actually a place where we're really lucky that our funds are treated as if they're capital construction funds and have that longer term outlook. I don't know, Molly, but I'd be glad to raise back with the other agencies if there are any conversations about what this looks like longer term. I think the challenge that we're seeing, and I will probably continually repeat this, those of us, the agencies that are funded by lottery are kind of the sharp point of the spear right now. Our impacts are immediate. They happened on a day when video lottery was shut down. The impacts that we are going to see to things like general fund fees and other things are not gonna, they're not gonna be seen in a day, but they're really gonna have a major impact on a lot of our sister agencies. And so I think what we are seeing in the moment and what you and the Parks Department in particular, what we are faced with in deciding immediately are things that other agencies are going to be deciding over a little further out time trajectory, but at the same level that we're thinking about now. And I think the more creative we can be, the better. So I'm more than happy to ask the question. I'm not seeing any other questions popping up, and we are, yes, Liza Jane.
Real quick, just to make sure that I understood, Jamie may have asked the same question, but you talked about a thread on a sweater, how you pull it. I continue to think about ripple effects, and I'll have a plan, and then I realize, well, that person's closed or out of business or whatever. That's not going to work out. And I don't know what things, of course, none of us do, will look like if things reopen. But is there going to be any question or connection with the grant, the folks putting in applications? Do you believe you're still able to accomplish this in today's environment? Because that information would be really good before we decide to award. Is it changing? Because everything else did, so I would assume it would.
Yeah, Liza Jane, that's a great question, and we will build that into our list of things that we would be doing with grantees. So Eric Williams is on the line, and we'll make sure that we add that note that as we are having conversations with grantees about grants that would be recommended, just making sure that they do have the capacity to implement those, I think would be a very important question to ask.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or? Yeah, go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, just an idea to be sure to utilize some of our partners' contacts in this process that might have leverage or information that's useful, like the Nature Conservancy, the Freshwater Trust, who have strong Washington connections.
Yeah. I must say our partners in that arena, Randy, have been outstanding. And actually in the first days started reaching out to us to ask us what they needed from us, what some of our big concerns would be, things like I mentioned in talking with Jamie, things like state match, funding for capacity. And they've been just incredibly receptive and have been reaching out from the start. So thank you for raising that. And you can send my thanks back to those organizations as well. All right, well, I think we're about 3 minutes past time. And so co-chairs, we had proposed another 10-minute break at this point in time. I think 10 minutes probably is still appropriate for folks. 7 minutes probably isn't fair. Are the co-chairs okay with a break until 11:33?
Yes.
That's great. Yep.
All right, thanks everybody. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
I think it's time, Maida.
All right. So for those of you who are muted and your video's off, you can come join us again. We are moving now to the water acquisition administrative rules. We'll kick it over to Eric Williams, Eric Hartstein, Jillian McCarthy. Eric Hartstein will be doing the same thing that he did in the last set of rules. He is going to let us know timing on this. So we have an hour. Is that right? Yeah. We have an hour set for this. We do think this may have some hearty conversations. So Eric will be chiming in and letting us know where we are in terms of time, but the process will be the same as the monitoring rules. So Eric Williams, turn it over to you.
Great, thanks, Maida. Co-chairs, members of the board, appreciate the opportunity to be with you virtually today. I really do miss the chance to see you personally and maybe even have some dinner with you, but that time will come again soon. I'll be co-presenting this item with Jillian McCarthy, and then we'll follow a similar process as we did for the monitoring rules, where we'll walk through the draft rules, ask who's got questions or comments on each section, and then go through and address those comments in turn. I'm going to start by sharing my screen with a brief presentation. All right, and I'll go walk through about half of the slides, and then Jillian's going to take over. And these are the topics we're going to address with you today. We'll go into a little bit about the program background, the membership of the Rules Advisory Committee, and the process that we use to revamp these rules. And then Jillian's going to get into a summary of the proposed changes from this set of rules. She'll walk through the public comments received, and then, as I mentioned earlier, we'll do a review of the proposed rules, tackling that section by section. As a matter of background, funding began shortly after OWEB was formed, with water acquisitions being funded beginning in 2001 and formal solicitations beginning around 2011. We last looked at the administrative rules for this program in 2013. And those of you who may have been around then might recall that at that time we talked about a new partner structure in terms of our funding operation, and we've been working with the National Fish and Wildlife Federation to jointly review and evaluate proposals. They have a similar water transactions program. And so that was written into the rules. That was the major change last time around. And since then, we've looked at the rules with an eye towards getting a little bit more clarity and specificity on both the types of projects that can come into the program, the types of outcomes that we're looking for, and also how to evaluate those applications. And so to do this, this graphic looks familiar. Thanks to Jillian for these graphics, they're beautiful. We started the process with your authority to form or to initiate rulemaking back in July, form the RAC the next month in August, and similar to the monitoring group, had 4 RAC meetings to walk through each section of the rules and have some fairly intensive discussion and conversation that led to development of the draft that's before you. And in terms of the membership of the RAC, I just have to say this was quite a powerhouse group, both in terms of the intellect and experience about the topic, and also a lot of practical knowledge there at the table with how different types of transactions work. And you can see the broad representation that we had there, including, and I'll say really importantly, a member from the Umatilla Indian Reservation, Anton Chiono, who just had a wealth of knowledge on this topic, and we really appreciated having him as well as the other members of the RAC to help us work through this process. So I'm going to turn over here to Jillian to walk through the proposed changes. You're on mute, Jillian.
Unmute. There, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you, Eric. And good morning, co-chairs and members of the board. It's good to see you all virtually. As Eric mentioned, this slide shows the summary of proposed changes to the rules. So in addition to technical changes and some new definitions, the proposed changes include the expansion of eligible water acquisition projects to include those that also address conservation needs of habitats and species that are determined by Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Monetary interest on bridge loans is proposed now as an eligible use of grant funds. There's clarification that water use agreements are an eligible transaction type. There's expansion of application evaluation criteria. And finally, there's the addition of public hearings on grant applications that are involving permanent and stream transfers. So I want to take a couple of minutes to talk in a little more detail about 2 of these proposed changes in particular. And you'll see one of them right here. Eric just moves the slide. So the first is the clarification that water use agreements are an eligible transaction type. Water use agreements, these we've seen as minimum flow agreements and forbearance agreements, have been considered eligible, and we have funded them in the past. So the proposed rules provide clarification that water use agreements remain an eligible transaction type. These transactions don't go through Oregon Water Resources Department, but they are committed to and legally binding agreements between water right holders and the grantee. It then becomes the responsibility of the grantee to document that conditions are being met and to provide that documentation to OWEB before OWEB issues payment. So this slide here provides an example of an OWEB-funded minimum flow agreement. This is on the Lost Teen River in Wallowa County. And this is the type of information that we receive to show that the minimum flow conditions are being met and that water was in fact in stream during the agreed upon period. So in this example, in this project, irrigators agreed to maintain an average minimum flow during typical periods of low flow. In this grantee, this is the Freshwater Trust in this case, worked with the Water Resources Department to monitor and stream flow daily. This is reported to irrigators so that they can manage their diversions to maintain stream flow. And payments are based, or they're made based on meeting the target. So for this project as well, if they exceed the target, there are bonus payments that go into an irrigation efficiency improvement fund to implement efficiency projects. And this in turn will eventually reduce the need for minimum flow agreements in the future. So the RAC discussed whether water use agreements should continue to be an eligible transaction type, and all members felt that it was important to keep them as an option for a couple of reasons. One being that many people are hesitant to work with a government agency, hesitant to work with Water Resources Department, and so this gives them an option to enter into an agreement with a local partner that they feel comfortable with. Another reason is to have increased flexibility. So currently the most flexible option for irrigators through Oregon Water Resources is a split season in-stream lease, but that's currently limited to 1 to 5 years. It can be renewed. The only long-term or permanent option offered through the state is to transfer the entirety of the water right. So entities that are pursuing flow restoration are left with few options to maintain the integrity of working lands and to improve in-stream conditions. So these non-regulated agreements like forbearance agreements and minimum flow agreements allow for more creative approaches. And as you can see, or hopefully you can see in this figure here, that when they're appropriately applied and managed, they can yield in-stream benefits that are on par with those achieved through state regulated transactions. So for these reasons, and at the recommendation of the RAC, OWEB staff felt it was important to maintain water use agreements as an eligible transaction type for the program. Eric, if you would move to the next slide. The other proposed change that I wanted to provide a bit more detail on is the expansion of the evaluation criteria. So I'm excited to present to you the first water acquisition program bubble diagram. You can see that there are 4 categories now of evaluation criteria. So we have ecological outcomes that considers the extent to which the proposed project helps to achieve a flow target, helps to address limiting factors, and provides benefits to impacted species. There's also watershed context, which considers whether the proposed project is part of a strategic effort or a long-term vision for restoring in-stream flows in the watershed. We have organizational capacity, which considers the capacity and qualifications of the applicant to complete the transaction and to sustain the projected outcomes over time and over the project term. And then finally, there's cost effectiveness, and this considers the alignment of the proposed costs of the project with the objectives of the transaction and includes things like the validity and reliability of the water right, the term of the transaction, and the value of the water given local market conditions. So we'll ask for the next slide, Eric. So for this project, similar to, or for this set of rules, similar to the monitoring rules, they were packaged together for DOJ review. They were reviewed twice before and once after public comment. Similarly, Ken sent this set of rules out to the tribes as well directly for their review. The draft proposed rules went out for public comment on February 1st. Our public comment period extended through March 1st, and we held a public hearing on February 26th in Salem. We did not have anyone attend that public hearing, but we did receive written comments, which are included in attachment C. And also there's a summary of the public comments and OWEB's response to those comments that's included in attachment B of the staff report. So with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Eric Williams to walk us through the proposed rules.
All right, thanks, Jillian. I've stopped sharing my screen, and again, we're going to follow a similar process to what we did with the monitoring rules. And Maida's going to put the clean version of the monitoring rules up on her screen. And before we start going through section by section, I just wanted to mention that Meg had touched base with us regarding the draft and expressed a concern that we worked on leading up to today's meeting. And so after we're done asking who's got questions or comments on each section, we're going to lead with going through Meg's changes because there are some red lines that are affecting multiple sections of the rule. So we'll lead with Meg's, the changes that address Meg's concerns, hopefully, and then we'll go back through section by section with your questions and concerns. So
can you see my screen, Eric?
Yes. All right, so let's see just by show of hands if anyone has a question or concern on section 0010, which is purpose. And anyone on the phone? All right, hearing none, let's go to the next. Any questions or concerns on section 0020, which is definitions? Okay, we've got Gary. All right. Sorry, I'm scrolling through my, I can't see all the hand raises on one screen. I don't see anything else. Anyone on the phone with questions or concerns on section 20? Okay, seeing none, let's go to the next one. Questions and concerns on 0035, which is eligibility. Okay, anyone on the phone, questions or concerns on eligibility? All right, let's go to the next section, which is 0185, use of grant funds. Does anyone have questions or concerns on this section? Anyone on the phone with questions or concerns? All right, let's scroll to the next section, which is 0190, matching contributions. Any questions or concerns on that section? Anyone on the phone with questions or concerns? All right, seeing none, let's look at section 0195, coordinating and partnering with other funders. Any questions or concerns on this section? Anyone on the phone with questions or concerns in this section? Okay, let's go to the next one, which is 0196, evaluation criteria. Questions, concerns, comments on this section? I see one from Paul. Anyone on the phone with questions, concerns, comments in this section? All right, let's scroll down to section 200, application evaluation process. Anyone with comments, questions, concerns in this section? And anyone on the phone? All right, seeing none, let's go to section 201, which is the staff funding recommendation process. Anyone want to comment on that one? I don't see any hands. Anyone on the phone for that one? All right, seeing none, let's go to section 0202, which is funding decision. Anyone have comments on this section? Anyone on the phone with comments? All right, seeing none, we'll go to 0205, which is public involvement. See one from Jamie there. Anyone else? Okay, hearing none. Section 0210, which is board approval and delegation of authority. Any comments on that section? I don't see any there. Let's go to 0215, which is director's funding approval and distribution of funds. Any concerns there? All right, seeing none, the next section is 0220, compliance and enforcement. And I see one from Jamie there. Oops. And let's go to the next one, which is subsequent conveyances. And I've got one from Jamie there. And finally, waiver and periodic review of rules. I think you've seen that one before. Okay. Thank you. Now what we're going to do, as I mentioned earlier, I had some communication with Meg prior to today about a concern she expressed, and this related to the definition that we had of legally protected in-stream flow. And while we did talk about that issue during the RAC quite a bit, and we also talked about it on the board call to have some preliminary preview of these rules, Meg felt that that the rule draft that we have in front of us still doesn't quite address her concern. And that is this, that in the minds of many folks in this community, a legally protected in-stream flow is a flow that can legally be protected through a regulatory process. And we had lumped in both the Water Resources Department regulated programs with the water use agreements that Jillian went into some detail in describing as legally protected in-stream flow. And so the solution to address this, and Maida is going to be pulling this up shortly, is to look at putting two definitions in there. One for legally protected in-stream flow, which limits that definition to only those types of projects that are administered or regulated by the Water Resources Department. And then a new definition for what we're calling contractually protected in-stream flow. And I think when we talked about this during the RAC process, I think people were comfortable thinking about contractually protected in-stream flow, such as those in the Lostine example, as being legally protected, but recognizing that there is a very specific definition that comes to mind among folks in this community about legally protected. We felt it better to separate out those kind of water use agreements that are not regulated by Water Resources Department and call them something different, and that is contractually protected in-stream flow.
Hey, Eric.
Yes.
As you were starting that line of conversation, both Bruce Buckmaster and Mark Labhart raised their hands. I'm guessing it's actually not about what you just raised, but I wanted to make sure you knew that they were in the queue because their hands were raised pretty early in the process. So both Bruce and Mark have questions. I don't know that it's about what you just raised.
Thanks, Maida. Let's check in with first Bruce.
Thank you. I was curious on or looking at the evaluation criteria, so I can wait for a minute and address that. It's not what you were specifically talking about last.
Okay, I will add your name to that section when we get there and call on you at that time.
Thank you, Eric.
Mark.
And mine was just when you finished, I wanted to, are we going to review the public comments and what the staff's recommendation are on the public comments?
We can do that because some of them are quite lengthy and get into quite some detail. It might be more efficient if there were specific ones that you wanted us to address, and we can walk through the rationale for our response to those comments.
I didn't have any specific ones, Eric. I was just wondering that, wanted to make sure that the public knew that we did see their comments and staff did review those and staff did make some recommendations on those, either yes or no. So just so the public knows we did hear them, and I've taken that into account in reviewing this too.
Thanks, Mark. First, I'll talk about the issue that we're talking about now, and then I'll ask Jillian if there's anything else that she wanted to highlight from the public comments. You may have noticed that this issue of legally protected in-stream flow, WaterWatch submitted a public comment that pretty much aligns with what Meg was talking about in terms of the definitions of these terms. Water Watch went a step further and recommended that we don't fund contractually protected in-stream flows, but for the reasons that Jillian went through when she gave the example in the Lostine, staff's recommendation is to keep contractually protected in-stream flow projects in the realm of eligibility for these funds, so that we've got more flexibility and potential for creativity to protect water in stream. Jillian, were there any other responses to public comments that you would like to highlight for the group?
Thanks, Eric. I think you covered the two that were the primary comments that were the common themes throughout a lot of the comments we received, which were on the definition of legally protected in-stream flow and whether water use agreements were eligible for funding.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and back to the changes in the red line version that Maida has up. You'll see that we've added or contractually, and this is true any place within the rules that you found the term legally protected, where the rules are referencing any eligible project. We talked about both legally or contractually. And if we scroll down to the definition section, you'll see the new definition added there in red line. Contractually protected in-stream flow means the amount of water secured through a water use agreement. And then if you scroll down further under legally protected in-stream flow, it makes clear in there that that itemized list of things that are included in legally protected in-stream flow are mechanisms that are administered by the Oregon Water Resources Department. And then I believe the remainder of the changes are along the lines of what I mentioned earlier. Contractual is added to places where it references legally, such as under water acquisition project. That definition was cleaned up to mean a voluntary transaction that results in a legally or a contractually protected in-stream flow. And then making clear under the definition of water use agreement that those are not part of the legally protected in-stream flow subset of projects, but these are the projects that pertain to contractual agreements. And there's some examples that were provided there to help the reader understand the types of projects that we're talking about in contractually and protected in-stream flow. Throughout the rest of the text, the changes are just simply adding or contractually in a few places where that term appears. And so at this point, I'd like to just check in with Meg to make sure that we've adequately covered the issue that she was concerned about.
Thank you, Eric and Jillian. Yes, the short answer is I think you've adequately covered the concern. If anyone has any concerns about, any of the board members have concerns about it, I'd be happy to talk about it, but I think you did a good job of covering it. Thank you.
Right. Okay, thanks. Then we're going to continue by walking through this red line version section by section based on those of you who requested comments. And there were none on purpose. So we'll go to the definitions section. And Gary had a question or comment here.
Okay, thanks, Eric. I have, when I came to this definitions and the number one was conserved water, I needed to kind of get that straight in my own mind what that meant. So started reading down through this and looking through the rest of the document to see where it might be used. I did not find conserved water used any place in the rest of the document, but it talked about the conserved water projects, and this number 1 and 2 are, looks like they're taken straight from this ORS 537-455 and to 500. But my question here on this 1A is that it talks about the water that is considered conserved water, and it says the smaller amount stated on the water right, or the maximum amount of water that can be diverted using the existing facilities. And so thinking about that a little bit, then you can just straighten me out on this. If you've got a water right that is 3 CFS, cubic feet per second possibly, and you have a diversion structure there that will divert 5 CFS, then what is actually the net of that as far as what we're talking about here in conserved water here? There's a difference in 2 CFS here, and
okay.
So
Thanks, Gary, for the question. And these definitions do come from the statutory language. Essentially, what this means in practice is that if we had a project that runs through the Water Resources Department's Conserved Water Program, and what it does essentially is it results in the water in that water right retaining its priority date and being converted to an in-stream use. What that means is that if you have a situation where your water right is 3 CFS, but you have a diversion structure capable of 5 CFS, your legal right to the water is only 3, and so that's the maximum amount of water that could be placed in stream from that water right.
Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to know.
Okay. All right. The next request for question or comment I had was on section 0196, evaluation criteria. And we'll go first to Paul and then to Bruce.
Eric, this is Courtney. I just wanted to let you know Brenda had also raised her hand during that section.
Oh, thank you very much.
And this is Eric. Time check. We are at 30 minutes.
Thanks, Eric.
I have a question.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't catch who spoke.
Eric, this is Liza Jane. I can't raise my hand, so I did a question on definitions with because we added in addition to legally protected, the other addition there was contractually protected. Do we need a definition for what contractually protected in-stream flow is in our definitions?
Yes, we did add that. Okay. Thanks for clarifying. Maida just scrolled through so that you can see the language. So it says contractually protected in-stream flow means the amount of water secured through a water use agreement.
Okay.
And then there is a definition for water use agreement as well.
Thank you. I didn't see that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, let's go to Paul.
Okay. Hey, I was interested in trying to figure out, I was looking through the comments people submitted in the respective sections. And I saw the comment under this section from the Deschutes Basin Board of Control about they recommended adding a new section that requires grant applicants to obtain written consent from irrigation districts potentially impacted by a water acquisition grant. And the table says that you guys responded yes for a rule change. And but what you said is that you proposed language, you have amended the language in the proposed rule where eligibility requires notification of the irrigation district if the water rights involved in a proposed transaction are within the boundaries of an irrigation district. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding a couple things. First, I couldn't find where that change was made in the blue line, strikeout. And then secondly, I'm just wondering if there's a disconnect between obtain written consent in terms of the comment and notification as is expressed in the rule change. And want to make sure either I'm not misinterpreting those words, or it's sort of like maybe you partially addressed the, or implemented the change in response to the comment or not. I just want to kind of clarify that, if you get my question.
Yes, got it. Thanks, Paul. And technically, I guess you would say that we partially addressed the comment. And the reason for that is that there could be projects that are within the geography of a district, but are not legally attached to that district. So we didn't feel that it was appropriate that they would have some sort of authority over whether or not the project can go forward.
Right.
And that's how we address the comment. And I was quickly looking through to find where we inserted the language, and maybe Jillian can help me because I wasn't landing on it.
Yeah, so can you all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So it is under the eligibility section, which is on, well, I'm not certain what page it's on. It's 0035 is the section. I believe it's on page 3. And it's now subsection 2. The board will only consider projects that include written notice to irrigation districts where the proposed water acquisition project is within the boundary of an irrigation district. And the reason we put it under eligibility is we felt like it is a yes or a no. It is not necessarily something that the review team would evaluate the project on. It is yes, they have been notified, and here's documentation of the notification, as opposed to some type of evaluation that would be associated with notification.
Right. Yeah, I totally get that. I'm certainly not advocating to give irrigation districts any real or sort of purported authority that they otherwise don't have. I just want to make sure that you were actually responding to the request clearly, and so they're not actually thinking you gave them what they asked for and maybe didn't. So you're giving people notice, telling them they have to notice the irrigation district, but not telling the irrigation district they will be receiving a request for consent or not. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's move to Bruce on evaluation criteria.
Yes, on the final document, so it's item 1F, having to do contributes to climate change resiliency. Would it be appropriate to put a resiliency / mitigation? I'm looking down the line on particular climate change, climate actions that we might consider under this category. And it's not mentioned anywhere else. So if we could add mitigation there, it might at least open it up to allow us to talk about it down the road.
All right, so what I'm hearing is if we add to the end of 1F, contributes to climate change, resiliency, or mitigation.
That's correct.
Okay. Great. Any comments or concerns about that change?
Hey, Eric, this is Renee. Sorry to butt in. We might want to say climate change mitigation if that's what we mean, as opposed to a regulated mitigation market for flow. Because there are water markets that may or may not be attached to what Bruce is talking about in terms of climate change resiliency. So I'm just putting that out there.
I would feel okay with that, Renee.
And Renee, what's your proposed language then?
Just say climate change resiliency or climate change mitigation, or you could say climate mitigation.
Okay.
Right. Let's go to Brenda.
Yeah, same one, actually 1F, 2 comments there. One is by including climate change in this rule that is inconsistent with what we talked about in the previous rulemaking, where there was a discussion about postponing any inclusion of climate change in the rules until the subcommittee had a chance to deliberate. So just point that out. The other, though, is the term resiliency. Ecological resilience means that the system is going to return following to some previous state following a disturbance. Climate change isn't going to allow that system to return to some previous state. It's going to change it. And so I don't think that the term resilience is an appropriate term there. So 2 comments. One is, should we include climate change in this rule? And second, is there a term other than resilience that we should use? And I do like Bruce's suggestion of mitigation.
Thanks, Brenda. First, I would say that in terms of the RAC discussion, which recall was last fall, this was an issue that they felt fairly strongly that we should be addressing that in the evaluation criteria. And so perhaps that was a little ahead of our subcommittee structure, but I'll leave that for the board to decide. And then on resiliency, I just wanted to see, Brenda, if are you feeling that there's an alternate word or just favoring more of a deletion of the word resiliency?
Well, I think that what you might mean there instead of resilience is resistance. And that is the resistance of the system to climate change to maintain its function over time. Resilience means that you have a disturbance and it's returning to some previous state. And I don't think that that's what you mean here, because climate change is a stressor, it's not a disturbance. So I think it's just the incorrect term. And I think if you just struck it and said contributes to climate change mitigation or adaptation or some other term like that, it's going to be more meaningful. Resilience, I don't think really is appropriate here.
So, so if we went to contributes to climate change adaptation or climate mitigation, would that be satisfactory?
And I'd like to have Renee weigh in as well, given her engagement in the climate conversation.
So Maida, on including this, any climate reference here or the language?
I think let's talk about the language first, and then let's draw back to the bigger conversation that Brenda just raised about do we put a pause on this? So just on the language itself, what you heard from Brenda.
So I was not in the RAC discussion. I appreciate their interest in resilience. I think if we're going to have something related to climate change in here, it may make sense to just say contributes to climate change adaptation or mitigation, because I think that what they're getting at is resilience, including an adaptation or mitigation potential there. And then it isn't crosswise with what Brenda is describing, that resilience does have a certain definition that suggests we're going to be able to get something back to a place that we may not. So I would say maybe drop resilience and say adaptation and or mitigation, or I guess or mitigation, because I know that DOJ does not like and or. But Eric, I was not part of the RAC discussion, so I'm not sure how attached they were to the term resilience or resiliency.
Yeah, I would say they were not attached to that term. It's more getting at the issue that you're raising, and I would agree with Brenda's comment that adaptation is probably a more accurate description of what they were talking about.
And then
Maida, we could remove the second climate.
Okay, and then Brenda, a question for you, because it sounds like happened based on what Eric just raised, is that the conversations about climate were ahead of, in this case, ahead of the committee in terms of there's going to be a committee established, and like we talked about, that might make major changes in rules. And so I guess my question for you, Brenda, I'm a little torn about whether to leave F in or not. I don't want people to think that you all removed F today in your conversation because you don't agree with it. So I'm a little worried for the folks who didn't hear the conversation and they see that F got removed. I do think that in the future, as the climate committee meets, you're going to have some extensive changes, like we talked, or not extensive, but changes to the rules across the board. And I just worry about what the perception might be if this got removed today for folks who are not part of the conversation. Are you okay, Brenda, if we leave it for now, knowing that this, along with the other rules, could see a change from the climate committee in the future?
Yeah, I think it's great that it's in there. I think it should have been in the previous rule too. And I just pointed out the inconsistency.
Yeah, thank you for raising that.
All right, the next comment we have is on 0205 public involvement, and that is from Jamie.
Thanks. And actually, I had, it was more the previous section that I think my comment is more related to now that I'm looking at it more closely, but I'm thinking about access. Well, I guess my question is, will this impact access to waterways at all? And what had come to mind to me, for me, was treaty obligations to allow access or rights to hunt and fish and gather in ceded territories. So if there's any change of rights, is there a possibility that there will be limitations on those rights? based on these purchases?
My sense is that there wouldn't be a change in terms of access to resources, although I'm not sure if you're talking about a potentially consumptive use of water. What this would do is with a Water Resources Department regulated transaction, it would take the priority date of that water right and devote it to in-stream use. And in-stream use includes for fish. And so if the issue is access to a fishery, it would benefit that use. If there are other consumptive uses envisioned, then the priority date for the water right that is purchased would have to remain in stream.
Well, because I'm talking specifically about treaty rights, and that would date back to time immemorial. So it would predate even the 1906, 1909. But but I would just want to, obviously, if more water was added and there was additional resources for fish, that kind of opens up that opportunity. But I just would want to make sure that this would not result in the limiting access to a waterway for rights to fish.
So what you're talking about, Jamie, I just want to be clear, is about so somebody puts a water right back in stream, but they had access to go fishing on the land that's associated with that water. Do they lose that access? Is that right? You're like, can they get to the fish? Right?
Yeah, can they get to the fish? But it's
okay.
Not even prior ownership. I'm talking specifically about treaty rights.
Yeah. So I think we're that has come up at the WRD side, but I think one, given that I don't think that us putting water rights back in stream would remove any tribal treaty obligation. I can't think of an instance, but Meg, anything that you guys have ever discussed here?
You know, I can't think of a situation where a tribe would be adversely affected based on one of these transactions. I mean, either they have a senior priority date or they have a junior priority date, or if they have a treaty right. Trying to think of, I mean, treaty rights usually hinge on, they assign a priority. Treaty rights for water to either stay in stream or come out of stream assign a priority date effectively. And the only other thing I can think of is taking of fish at particular times or access to the waterway, literal physical access to the waterway. So I can't think of examples, even if I'm understanding your question correctly, Jamie, of where this would happen.
Yeah, you are. I was just wanting to make sure that we weren't blocking something out and hadn't kind of thought that through. I couldn't think of anything either, so I wanted to just pose the question. But thank you. No, that's helpful.
I see Alan's got a hand up. Is it in relation to this conversation, Alan?
No, it's not.
Okay. Is it to another section of the rule?
The previous section.
Oh, okay. If we're wrapped up with this section, then I think we can go there. So go ahead, Alan.
More specifically on the term mitigation, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe this was explained and I missed it during the conversation, but I think of wetland mitigation where it's part of a regulatory control process. Does that put us where we say contribute to climate change, adaptation, or mitigation, raise that regulatory issue?
Thanks for the question, Alan. I could see where you're going there, and that's certainly not the intent of the language here. And our overall mitigation policy would apply to any grant application that comes in. If we did get an application that came in and it was directly implementing some sort of regulatory mitigation program, we would use that policy to determine whether or not that project was eligible for this grant.
Hey, Eric. This is Renee again. I may have thrown a monkey wrench. So Alan, when I proposed adding the mitigation piece, it was to mitigate against climate change impacts. It wasn't about mitigation markets, and that's what I wanted us to be clear on when that was added in. So would it be helpful if we change mitigation to, you know, carbon sequestration and emissions reduction? That's the tough part, because mitigation is those things as it relates to climate, but that starts to feel quite far afield of this. But mitigation in this case was intended to be attached to when you are reducing emissions or sequestering carbon.
Right. I think that just there needs to be clarity so that 5 years down the road, somebody can't come in and propose a mitigation project that's part of the regulatory commission, say, I interpret it this way. So however we make it clear.
So maybe Maida possibly switch the order and say contributes to climate change mitigation or adaptation, because then I think there's no question that the mitigation is attached to that descriptor before climate change.
This is Eric Hartstein. A quick time check. We are over 45 minutes into this item.
Thanks, Eric. Alan, does that satisfy your concern?
I don't know if it does, but if it, in fact, to board members can satisfies their concern, that's fine. I just don't want to find a problem down the road with the term mitigation there.
Okay. And as I was describing earlier, if we did have an application that was implementing some sort of regulatory mitigation program, our mitigation policy would apply. And if it was not eligible based on that policy, we would reject it as an ineligible application.
We've got backup control there, so that's helpful.
Okay. All right, moving back forward. Jamie, we just went through comments you had on actually we're back in a previous section, but I just wanted to check in with you to make sure whether or not you had a comment also on 0205 public involvement.
No, I'm good on that.
All right, then the next one was also Jamie's on 0225 on subsequent conveyances.
Yeah, just a question about, I assume that would just be complaint driven, or is there any report out? I mean, how would we know if there was, for the enforcement piece of it, or the compliance, I should say the compliance piece of it?
Right, that's a good question. It would essentially be something that you know, we probably would find out after the fact, and then we would have to most likely use legal means to recover our funds.
That's fine. I was just wanted to clarify my understanding of that. That's pretty standard, I think, for state agencies.
Yeah. Okay, and whoops, my apologies. I skipped a section. Jamie had a comment on 0220, which explains why I made a pause there, and I went ahead.
Oh, actually, that was the 0220 I thought I was just commenting on, and then just cheating and sneaking in a comment or to the earlier thing about mitigation. We could also potentially stick something in the definition section to clarify based on the discussion, just an idea. But going to the 02250 with the subsequent conveyances, how is this memorialized? And also, does this actually conflict with the very first section on purpose? Because this says a water interest acquired shall not be conveyed to another party. And then the very first section, I'm flipping back to, says, under purpose, OWEB does not itself hold an interest in water rights in grants authorized under these rules, which makes sense overall for the purpose. But if we don't then hold some kind of water right, is there a conflict in us having the right to go back and demand compensation for the change? And so there's really two questions. One is how it memorialized so that hook is there. And the second, what have we just wiped away our authority to actually go back and do that with the statement made in the introductory and the purpose statement?
Right, and so the statement here in 225 is that a water interest acquired with OWEB grant funds shall not be conveyed. It's not implying that OWEB owns that water interest. It's just saying that if we provide a grant to an eligible party that acquires the interest, and then they in turn convey it for a consumptive use, then we would take action on that.
No, I absolutely I'm sorry, I apologize for interrupting. I absolutely understand the intent on that. The question I have is, does the language of this document, is it contradictory such that if I had subsequently sold it and challenged it and OWEB came back to me and said, well, you can't do that, then I could say, look, from your purpose section, OWEB does not hold an interest, so you have no right to now establish that. And also, where's the documentation that's the hook for you to be able to come back and pursue that interest? If you're claiming no interest, how do you then have interest to come back and challenge me as someone who's obtained those resources and done something else with them?
Right, that is contained within the grant agreement through the instrument through which we convey the funds. Has language in it that says you can't do this, and if you do, you need to pay back the grant funds.
Okay, and then if there's a third party who's purchasing that water, is it, I'm thinking of like on property, there's a deed, and then you would have that restriction or that lien on the deed. Is there something equivalent within the water right that would trigger that if there's a third party who then tries to purchase?
That is a question I don't think I can answer, and I don't want to put Meg on the spot necessarily, but I'll ask you, Meg, if you know the answer to that question.
So we're talking about a situation where the person who held the water right that was converted to an in-stream right can transfer to a third party effectively? And
yes.
Okay.
And how would that third party know?
Yeah. Well, so like, let's say, I'm trying to think of examples where this could work. I mean, because it's true that a water right is appurtenant to the real property, but a permanent in-stream water right, for example, I think effectively gets severed from the real property, and all the other ones are kind of time limited. So I guess at most you'd have a period of time during which maybe you couldn't enforce because either the grantee or the OWEB couldn't enforce because they couldn't get access, for example. But I think that, I think that what Eric's saying is that this is a condition of the grant. So the grantee is taking on some responsibility. And I don't really know how it would play out with a third party, because a third party is not going to acquire the in-stream right. I mean, I assume that wouldn't be their interest. They'd be acquiring the property that is associated with the underlying right. And I don't really know the answer to what would happen if a third party acquired the real property and said, I want all that water on my crops and not in the creek. Do you know whether any of this gets recorded, Eric or Jillian? Do they get recorded with the deed?
So if it's a transaction, if it's a permanent transfer, or if it's a lease, then it gets recorded through Water Resources Department, and there's a final order. And so for permanent transactions, that water right's no longer held and associated with that land. It is now an official in-stream right that's held by the state of Oregon through Water Resources. So if someone wanted to buy the property and use the water, they don't see that. There is no longer a water right associated with that property. So if they were to use water without that right, then there could be enforcement on them for having used it, and the water master would know that that was an in-stream right and would be monitoring to make sure that that water was actually in stream. Right. For leases, it's a term that the water is held in stream, and again, it's the water master who makes sure that that is in stream during the transaction term. Where I think it gets trickier potentially is for these water use agreements, where the landowner does retain the water right, but has agreed through this contractual agreement that they're not going to use it, or they're going to use it differently so that some portion of it remains in stream. And so if they decided to somehow involve a third party or to use a portion of that they said was going to be in stream, then again, that would be between the grantee, the two parties of the agreement, between the grantee and the water right holder. So there's a few different hooks, but either it's that contractual agreement and a water use agreement, or it's the actual final order of the in-stream lease or transfer held through the state, I believe would be the hooks there.
Thank you for that. My only concern, and I know there's been a lot of thought that's gone into this, my only concern is that we didn't leave any gaps in terms of being able to actually enforce this section if something came up. So thank you.
Jamie, this is Maida. I think as I'm reading back through and listening to the fact that the Water Resources Department has enforcement capabilities if somebody tries to use it, and we've added this, I actually think it's probably more of a belt and suspenders, that our addition actually is on top of what Water Resources can do. So I feel more like actually, if anything, what we've done is duplicated another agency, which I don't think is a bad thing to have two agencies there since we paid for it. But I think less of a gap and more of we're doing something that another agency is doing, most likely, especially in permanent transactions as well.
That's definitely true as to the rights that are of record in the Water Resources Department. And so it probably, as Julian said, it probably just really comes up for water use agreements. And, they're shorter term. It seems like it hasn't happened, right, that we're aware of. And so it's possible that we could end up in a situation with a bad actor or even an innocent third party who somehow doesn't know about the water interest that was acquired. But I wouldn't want to do too much. From my perspective, it hasn't presented itself as a problem at this point, and recognizing that there might be some exposure, it seems like it's not a huge concern at this point. And if it ever happens, maybe it'll give us some guidance about how we could guard against it in the future.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. That in the interest of time, I want to just do one final check-in. We've completed a review of everyone who said they had comments on particular sections. But any final comments to address prior to asking the co-chairs to call a vote? And I see Meg with her hand up.
I'm sorry. Just wanted to go back to Gary's comment about conserved water. I mean, the definition is right out of the water resources statutes having to do with allocation of conserved water. But I hadn't noticed, is it true that we don't actually use the definition in the rules anywhere? Do you guys know whether that's true? It just kills me to define a term that we don't use.
I think we use it under number 2, right? Like but then do we use it again?
We don't use the
we
exact term though.
We use conserved water project in a definition on down the line here, but conserved water is never actually used in the rest of the document.
Yeah, and thank you, Gary. So we do have conserved water projects listed under the definition of legally protected in-stream flow. And I think what happened was we had the definition for conserved water and then added the definition for conserved water project. And within the definition of conserved water project, it lists conserved water. And so it may not be necessary, but that's the only place in 2 where it's mentioned. Okay. So to be clear, for the definition of conserved water project, it refers to the definition of conserved water.
Yeah, and that 537.455, which is cited right there, is that definition of conserved water. Right. So it's redundant, but at this point, it's probably not, it's probably more effort than is, I mean, I don't really object to leaving it there at this point. I just wanted to try to figure out whether we actually needed it.
All right, thanks, Meg. We've got Alan and then Jamie.
Eric, I want to go back to Jamie's point, and I'm sorry, I'm going back to the mitigation statement. Maybe it would be good to include in the definitions a climate change mitigation definition. That would clear it up and we wouldn't have to worry so much about the narrative.
I'm going to pitch this one to Renee. Renee, is there an easy, because
Oh, you just muted, Maida.
Sorry, we run some risk here. Renee, is there an easy definition that we can grab of climate change mitigation?
I was just starting to search for one when you asked, so.
I guess my inclination, given that we just added this term mitigation, and given Brenda's comment that, again, we're going to be coming back to this with the climate committee, I would recommend maybe sooner than starting and adding a definition around climate mitigation that we actually just use climate adaptation right now, knowing that the climate committee is going to be coming back to this. I do worry when we get into this kind of wordsmithing a little bit on the fly, but that is just me and a cautionary note for the path that we are headed down. Renee, meanwhile, I'm buying Renee some time to look for a definition that is easily accessible and would be appropriate and is comprehensive.
So in the spirit of what you just said, Maida, the reality is in the near term, this is more about adaptation. This is about finding ways to help systems adapt. Not to say that an irrigation efficiency project couldn't provide some mitigation, but I think if we decided to limit it to climate change adaptation for the near term, knowing that what we discussed around the monitoring rules in the climate committee, these will be revisited. I think all of our divisions of rule will be revisited around climate, the climate committee's work. So if we could go with climate change adaptation, I think it still honors what the RAC was suggesting, but doesn't get us into now potentially even having to go back to DOJ with a new definition.
Alan, any concern about that? And
I'm
same,
okay.
And
I'm
same
okay
thing
with
for,
that.
Okay, and what about Bruce?
I'm fine with that.
Look
All
at
right.
how magically that happened.
All right. One final comment. We had Jamie with her hand up.
Yeah, thank you. This is just going back to the comments received and great job in summarizing all of these. The very last one, that there was not a rule change because it was related to groundwater. I'm just wondering if there's any tie-in or relationship that's being recognized between surface water and groundwater, because I remember actually sitting in on some of these meetings in Burns, and at one point, at least a couple of years ago, there was some conversation about using groundwater to recharge, using surface water to recharge groundwater. And so I don't know if there is actually a tie-in. The comment does have a tie-in that was maybe not recognized because this is just a discussion about surface water.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. We have had project proposals that are talking about supplementing, using actually groundwater to supplement surface water. And we've had lots of projects where they're looking at that intersection between groundwater and surface water. I think with respect to these rules in this program, we don't, at least for now, have a direct mechanism for acquisition projects that directly deal in groundwater. I think that there are some places, and the Walla Walla Basin comes to mind, where getting additional water in stream is actually going to improve groundwater quantity as well. And I think that's probably the case in other geographies too, but it's not, there isn't an explicit mechanism envisioned within the water acquisition program, at least at this time, although that could change as these discussions mature.
Thank you.
All right, I think with that, I'll turn it to the co-chairs to call for a vote.
Liza Jane can't raise her hand, so she's raising her hand.
I just have a quick thank you, Maida, comment. The rack that you had put together does look incredible. I'm sure it was very interesting and the product is great. I just want to encourage you to have include people who are not from agencies and potentially actively irrigating to give that voice to this kind of work as well, whenever you can.
Thanks, Liza Jane. We did have conversations when we were setting up the RAC about the need to have representatives of the agricultural community, and had some conversations with Farm Bureau about that. And the person whose name is, I think, last on the list, Caitlin Barter from the law firm, is someone who has had extensive interactions with irrigators, and Farm Bureau was comfortable with having that representation. But thank you for that comment.
Yeah, interacting with irrigators is probably different than being one.
Yeah.
So it'll, just that kind of on the ground perspective would be great when you can.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Randy Labby, for the record, we're soliciting for a motion to approve the rules as amended, and so we can have a verbal vote.
Eric, you have your hand up from Barbara before you move to vote.
Go ahead, Barbara.
I just wanted to piggyback on Liza Jane's comments. I did notice on the monitoring rack, there were 2 ad hoc board members, or ex officio, sorry, but I noticed there weren't any on this particular one.
Yes, thanks, Barbara. And I think that probably just happened because we didn't have a request, and these were kind of happening simultaneously, and didn't put out the request for board members to participate in this one.
Yeah, Barbara, I think this is Maida. I think that will actually get addressed in the newly revised acquisitions committee that has both water and land acquisitions. My sense is the 2 folks volunteered because they're both on the monitoring committee, and it was the monitoring rules. And at that point in time, we didn't have a complementary both land and water acquisition committee, and that should be addressed in the future where we're more comprehensive. So I think folks volunteered because they saw the rules were coming in a committee setting. So thank you for that catch. It was definitely unintentional.
Thank you.
Okay, Randy Labby again, for the record, searching for a motion to approve the rules as amended.
Barbara Boyer, move.
Like Barbara Boyer made the motion. Jamie has her hand up for a second.
I'm happy to second it. Yeah, sure.
Excellent. Barbara's moved and Jamie second approval of the administrative rules for water acquisition. Please indicate by saying aye if you accede to this.
Aye.
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 Are there any in opposition? Okay, thanks very much. The rules have been approved.
All right, so I think our last item, Renee, I'll tee it over to you.
So we'll jump to agenda item N in your book. This really is a written report with just a few moments for question or comment since we're over. So this is the latest installment of the Telling the Restoration story. And this is focused on some really incredible wet prairie work down in the southern Willamette Valley at Coyote Creek South in partnership with the Long Tom Watershed Council. So I believe several of their staff are probably tuned into this via YouTube right now. So huge thanks to local partners for partnering on this project. Audrey, do you just want to take a minute to share some of the exciting statistics about consumption already of some of these materials?
Yeah, sure. Is that audio okay? Thanks. So yeah, just actually 3 real quick items. There is actually a new web address for the product, and I just want to describe that real quick, and I'll type it in the chat box. It is longtom.org/Coyote Creek South, all spelled out together. And that's important because that's one of the real centerpiece on that website. Will take you to the Coyote Creek South story map. And I just wanted to mention that along with a lot of us in April, it sounds like Long Tom Watershed Council had to change some of their plans and had to cancel a planned gathering, and instead kind of went to an online virtual community event really highlighting Coyote Creek South. And through a targeted social media blast, it sounds like they're getting good results already, with over 20,000 folks being reached. And the council is getting many new followers for their work and already getting thousands of views to that story map, and their outreach efforts really are just beginning.
Renee, we can't hear you.
Oh, okay, let's try again. Thanks, Maida. So several different outreach products included in your board book for a variety of different audiences, but all of them really do an amazing job of capturing some of the early quantitative results from the restoration work that's happening down in the Coyote Creek South area, ranging from some vegetation improvements to some very early and promising numbers around streak-torn lark recovery, which probably makes Paul Henson quite happy to see, given that that species is listed as threatened on the endangered species list. So any questions from board members? Okay, hearing none. Thanks again to the local partners at the Long Tom Watershed Council for a great collaboration on this effort.
Okay,
All right, co-chairs, that is all we have for today, so I'll turn it back to you.
Randy Labby, for the record, we have item O, Maida, committee updates that are written reports and under tab O. And I don't know if Eric wants to summarize or if there are any questions for the new chair, Tony, and the retained chair, Alan.
Yeah, we do not intend to summarize, so just any questions from the board. Thank you for the reminder, Randy. I forgot about that item. And Bruce has raised his hand.
Aha, we haven't heard much from you today, Bruce.
Hey, Randy. This piece that was included in our board book from the Pacific Coastal Salmon Recovery Fund. As I finished my board book last night and was looking at this, there is a section of it that talks about measuring progress and tracking funding, showing fiscal year 2018, and then a combined 2000 through 2018, so 19 years. I was concerned, I don't know if I should be concerned. I just noted that 2018 seemed to fall short, dramatically short, on virtually every output performance measure based on an average of the 19 years, with the only exception being riparian habitat, and everything else sometimes was distressingly short. So I didn't know if Eric Murray or somebody, if this is something that is of concern to us as an agency, or is just an aberration of 1 year. So that was just a comment and concern. Thank you.
So Bruce, this is Renee. I'm happy to respond from the agency perspective as one of the PCSRF grantees, but Eric Murray first, anything that you want to share from a NOAA perspective?
No, thanks, Renee. No, I'm not sure what's going on there, but it may be quite possible that whatever is going on in Idaho, Washington, and California and Alaska, affects those metrics.
Yeah, so Bruce, just quickly, this encompasses all of the PCSRF grantees. So basically from Alaska down to California, and then all of the tribal grantees. I will say in our experience, a couple of things. One, for example, fish passage projects, we were able to basically clip off a lot of those early on that were kind of low-hanging fruit. Lots and lots of projects, open a moderate number of miles. We're now getting into a lot harder fish passage projects like Opal Springs, for example. So when that project is completed, stands to open an enormous number of miles, but you don't have as many kind of low-hanging fruit, easier to implement projects. Also, I know from our experience that we've gotten a lot more rigorous in terms of the quality of data that we're sending. So if you look back to the early years, it could be that some of the upland projects that we're reporting literally tens of thousands of acres may or may not have been truly treating those entire areas. So I think overall there's a lot more kind of QA/QC rigor that all of the grantees are applying, but still knowing that there are incredible high quality projects that are being implemented with the PCSRF funds.
Okay, thank you, Renee. I don't see any other.
Alan has his hand up.
I'm sorry. Alan?
Just a quick comment. My thanks to the RPRs and April for sending out those daily project reports. When you dig into those, and please do so, you'll find some incredible success stories that have been done over time. Really worth taking a look at. But thanks to staff and April for moving those forward.
Thanks, Alan. Any more questions or comments? Okay, I think we've run out of time. Maida, do you want to defer board comments to the June meeting?
I think that would make the most sense given the time that we have. I will just note that on Liza Jane's first co-chairing experience, we're 12 minutes late. So Randy, I don't know if you and Jason could maybe have a conversation with Liza Jane about that.
She'll be trained. She'll go through some training on that.
I think we ought to revisit the decision on Liza Jane based on it.
Okay, well, it's good to see you.
Room for improvement.
It's good to see you all. I want to see you in person, but thank you for your participation and thanks for all that have been listening in on YouTube. And we'll see you sometime in June, early June.
Which April just reminded me, if you have not filled out the doodle poll, please do that because we need that to get your June date.
Correct. So thank you. And I think we're adjourned, right?
Yes.
Okie doke.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.